conclusions I draw, but, I'm human.
And that's why I woke up, the question that I woke up is because one side was saying that the Democratic Party is heavily influenced by China, and I was telling them the other side is heavily influenced by Israel. So which side would you pick? And you just answered the question other than everybody else just bitching about whatever they was bitching about. So I was asking.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Anthony. I appreciate the honesty. I also have a bias, and my bias is for specifically, I have a certain set of principles that took me a while to develop. After I gave up taking sides with things, I started stripping institutions and started really assessing how should we live, what are the moral principles and the ethical principles that every human abide by, irrespective of where they are on the planet, what type of born was, irrespective of all that, what are the principles that we should, and so my bias is that innocent people, okay, when I say innocent, I'm talking about people that are not aggressing upon other peaceful people. If you're going to harm them, then you're the aggressor. And there is no bullshit. I destroyed your home, and I'm sorry I killed your kids and your wife because Hezbollah was firing at us. So blame it on Hezbollah. I think that we've gotten far enough in our moral assessments that there is moral responsibility, and then there's also direct harm, and those are two different things, right? And so we can identify, and we can speak to those things. So
you're not aware of the situation in Lebanon, but I am. Okay. So
hold on, and I'd like to hear from you. I do want to hear from you, and I do want to hear from you. And I'm just going to wrap it up from here. When we were talking about Netanyahu wanting to reduce the U.S. military support from $3.8 billion a year to zero, he said this in a Sunday CBS 60 Minutes interview, right? He mentioned social media again, and he's saying that he's seen the support for Israel fall in the United States, which it has, because of what has been going on specifically, I'm going to say, in Palestine. And he says that correlates 100% with the geometric rise of social media. And I think that that's really interesting because you have little powerhouses like this one guy named Hamza. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has a TikTok and he operates on this other platform, which I don't remember the name of the platform. And basically what he does, he's a Palestinian. Well, he was born in Palestine, or his parents were born in Palestine. He lives somewhere else, full disclosure. But I know his parents were from Palestine, or specifically Gaza. So he goes around and it's kind of like a mogul, but you get a random person on your video. It's a split screen, and you see each other, and you decide whether you want to talk or not. And when he gets somebody that is from Israel, he says, "Hi, where are you from?" And then they'll say from Israel. He goes, "Oh, I'm from Palestine." And then you wait for the reaction of these people. And I'm telling you, Hamza, this one guy has created such a crazy upset, because you have people, you have kids, you have IDF soldiers, you see their uniforms, their first reaction is Palestine, F Palestine, die, we're going to kill you all. Like, I can't even tell you how many videos he has of this. He's getting a lot bigger now, and something like that, whether it's true or not, or whether it's representative, whether it's cherry-picked, however you're going to say it, however you're going to see it, if it takes one of those, he finds one person to say that for every 100, 200 people, or 500 people that he gets to talk to, right? And then he makes these clips. That's going to be enough to sway the public. So I want to also speak to that. Well, how social media may or may not be, and this is for all countries, this is for the United States too, how we're being influenced by what we're seeing on social media. What is real? What is not real? Israel, did you see what I did there? What is real? What is, I can't even say it. what is real and what is not real. Is what he is showing us is that, I love you, Coco, is that the truth, or is this severely cherry-picked data? Because it is definitely influencing millions of people. Okay, I don't know what your name is. Sorry.
Yeah, my name is Orange. All right.
Orange?
No, Arctic.
Don't worry too much. Caroline's now will take over. I mean,
So the thing is that the reason that these civilian parts of Lebanon is getting bombed is like so, and I will make it simple so that you can understand it. Imagine you and your husband, you're living in a house or apartment, and you have a child or children, whatever. You invite the Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists to bring ammunition, reconnaissance, all kinds of tools into your house. And they use this as a safe house and bunker. Okay? So this conflict has been going for so many years. And from the knowledge of the past and the past experiences, you know that Israel every time is going to bomb these houses. It's a fact. Okay? So you as a mother and
Large the fact that Large is going to
guys, please get this guy to shut up.
Peter, I'm finished.
He's terrorist.
Peter, what's wrong with you, man? Let him talk. He's talking.
I know he's a terrorist. He's a terrorist.
Okay, Peter, okay. We listen to all opinions, and then you're welcome to, dispute what he's saying. Go ahead, bro.
Right, thank you. So, based on the facts and the experience of the past, Israel is 100% going to bomb your house. You and whatever that is living there is going to die. Knowingly, you bring this danger inside of your house. You cooperate and you help these terrorist groups. So don't come out trying to say, hey, the Israelis bombed our house, apartment, I don't know, one child died, two children. Of course, we're sorry for all these innocent children that are being misused by their parents because of these terrorists. But you as a parent have the responsibility to take care of your children, to keep them safe. Okay, if as a parent I know, okay, the Israelis are going to bomb, and the thing is that the Israelis are always going to tell them that we're going to bomb this area of Lebanon or Palestine or Gaza, for example, 48 hours beforehand. Okay, 48 hours before the bombing, they let you know, and still you keep your family in these houses so that you die, and their ideology is that we're going to go to heaven with the family because we're doing something for Islam. It's called martyrship in Islam, okay? And they're so proud of it. So it's not a problem that you don't care. If you don't give a shit about the life of your loved ones, your children, your kids, what should I do? Why should Israel do? You're knowingly bringing and you want to get yourself and family killed to say, okay, we're martyrs. Okay? So this is what's going on. This has been going for many years. Okay? And the hypocrisy of the thing is that they say, hey, Israel kills children. Of course, they're fighting terrorism. And you as a parent, shame on these parents. They get their loved ones, their children killed.
Your analogy sucks.
To me,
I hear what you're saying. Okay, I'm not going to stand up for Hamas and yeah, it's a common sense that the Palestinians are not fans of the Jews. That's fine and all, but
Pepe,
can I sit here and make it sound like what they're going through? The people there, it is pretty horrible. It's not.
Pepe, it's like telling Texans. It's like telling Texans that hey, just because you don't like the Mexican immigrants, you should just leave. They're causing fentanyl deaths. They're killing you. They got gangs. Just leave Texas. It's like no, my family lives in Texas. I live in Texas. I'm gonna stay in Texas. Like the analogy sucks. It's their country. It's their land. Why would they leave their home? That's so weird.
You don't help the cartel. You don't keep them rich. You don't help the cartel to kill the police. If you help the cartel to kill the police, they're going to kill you. The police is going to kill you.
This guy in the other room was 2 nights ago. message. He is trying to say that it is the right of Israel to take the revenge from the whatever they
What's
can.
wrong with this guy? I don't even know him.
Okay, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. 2 days ago, in the other room, named Mavara, he was trying to say that United States and Israel are not going to be able to help us anymore. We need to be able to stand for ourselves. Now he says that Israel has the right, just because he wants to make the propaganda going. He is not with us. He is with the mullah, and he's just pursuing his own agenda.
Thank you, Peter. So
He's a
also,
terrorist. This guy is a terrorist.
what I want to say too, though, is I'm not really understanding the reasonableness of what Israel thinks that they're doing right now in southern Lebanon. Let's say, because I could put myself easily in the place of Israel, okay? But I also could understand what my responsibility and duty would be to make sure that what I'm doing is supposed to lead to peaceful coexistence versus more more suppressed anger and then future generations of terrorists to be born. So what they're doing in southern Lebanon from the blank, right now they're talking about how they're using the Gaza plan and they're just raising all these homes. So now there's so many people that aren't going to be able to return to those. Now, coming from is like if we were there, we were in Israel, yes, we're understanding what you're saying, that there are some people that not all. There are some that do what you had said, that they're taking Hezbollah, they're allowing them to hold their armaments and whatever inside their homes, okay? So now understanding that there's enough of that to be true, we'd want to build, sure, we can create a line of safety if we've tried and attempted over the years to do that peacefully, and it's not been successful. But this is my issue right now. What is Israel doing? Because first of all, there were, I think his name was Sweeney, a journalist that had gone in and they were going through the homes that Israel had said on their map, given on their map, that they're going to attack or they're going to raise so they needed to get out. And they went and they explored the basements and the homes of these people, and there was nothing in them. Of course, we could say, oh yeah, well, they moved it. Easy, right? They moved it. Okay, now, but this is my question. If you're taking somebody's life, the home, and I mention this all the time, at my age, the only thing that I have, the only thing that I've done in my time is have a home. That's the only good thing that I've ever created. And I started with this by property that I built, that I bought almost 20 years ago, okay, when I was still like 19, 20 years old, okay. And so now this home this is basically all that I have right now. And if somebody were to come and take this, I'm telling you, at this point in my life, I would lose so much that I would definitely, you would be in trouble, because let me just say that you would be in trouble. So that's what we want to prevent, because I'm an American, okay? I'm not even in this region of death, destruction, that are more exposed to it. I'm not, right? So, and I'm willing to go scorched earth for my property, okay? So this is the thing. What is Israel going to do with all of these homes of these people that they've destroyed? They have a duty to replace and repair that destruction that they've caused. They want to set up that defense. I understand. Sure. But they have to repair it. They can't just do it and walk away, because what they're asking for, like I said, is just this satiation and the breeding and the suppression of frustration and anger in future generations. And you're never, it's just a repeat. This is just going to be,
And what's
again, Gaza 2.0 repeated.
Lebanese government that lets these terrorists act freely in their country and cause all this havoc?
Well,
They have a responsibility.
Right, but so we talk about this, and we talk about the creation of Hezbollah when they were created between 1982 and 1985. If you read the Hezbollah official paper that they put out of their mission, and when they were announcing who they are in like 1985, they say they're coming from this place. All of these things happen to us, about how their women and children have been pillaged and their land has been taken, and how they want the French, they want the Americans, they want Russia and Israel. We're all the enemy because of what we're doing in the country. And their job was to get everybody out of their country and to secure their country and secure their nation. Now, if that was American land, if we called it Texas or something, right?
Israel doesn't want to have to do anything with Lebanon. They are firing missiles at them every day.
Well,
they don't want to occupy any land. Okay, do you understand?
If they don't want to occupy the land, if they don't want to occupy it, then they have to. It's still their duty. It's still Israel's duty to fix the harm that they've caused to protect themselves. They've taken people's homes. They've destroyed and flattened villages, countless of them, okay? Listen, I'm saying, I could still be with it, but you have to, however many people that have been displaced and are living in tents right now, if you think that it's reasonable or rational that those people are just going to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and restart, I'm telling you, that's not going to happen, and it's not reasonable, and that's why I question what are they willing to do and like what's actually happening. That's why I get frustrated about Palestine.
They replace them, but as far as they are fighting terrorism and the Lebanese government, I mean, look the other way, it's gonna go forward the way it is.
And I understand that that's what you're saying. But what I'm saying is it's not going to end well. And when this turns out, right, where this 1 million people that have been displaced, and I'm saying you're just breeding a new generation, and that's going to be future problems for Israel. And I'm telling you what, I've been alive now to see it and watch it take place. And I know that what they're doing they're not moving to a progressive future plan, adjacent possible of peace.
Yeah, but they don't have any other choice. Either they should just sit down and...
You don't need to evaluate the choice for us. Shut up and speak as much as your filthy mouth. You are in no position to about the choices of United States.
All right, so here's what's up, guy. Nobody's talking about it. Ignore it. It's so good. Please, just ignore it. Peter's gonna Peter. That's all. Don't feed into it. It's not a big deal. Peter. Okay, no problem, Peter. Yes, sir.
Peter.
Yes, sir.
Anton. Okay, Anton. But they fucked my country because they are overconfident.
What are you talking about? They fucked you. Don't even live here. Okay. What are you talking about?
You are not the true. You
have never called fatwa on the white man. Please, shut your fucking mouth.
Puff is in
Puff, that's a good
Russian.
He does a pretty good one.
Yeah, that was pretty good. From
I request him for you. Peter,
2023, but Puff is Russian.
I call fatwa on you.
Yeah,
You infidel lover.
Hold on.
Kiss my
All right, you guys should check it out. Anthony was talking good. Anthony and Beeman.
Thank you.
We're going to get back and forth.
So hey, Beeman, I understand your stance, but, I'm not sure if Israel is going to take responsibility and do what it is that you're suggesting that they do. And I'm not even sure if they should take responsibility. I think it makes for an interesting conversation. If let's just, for the sake of this discussion, let's say everything that the gentleman said was true. That you have people that support the terrorists, allowing them to use their homes to hide weapons, and they have no problem putting their family at risk because ultimately they have no problem being a martyr. And as a means of protecting themselves, Israel attacks at home, and this is just the reality of it. Why is that incumbent on Israel to repair and fix and be responsible for that? Well, how does that make sense?
Right. So because it is not the responsibility of the innocent party, the people who have not engaged in that, to sacrifice their private homes and property for Israel. They have no moral duty to do so. So if they have to, if they've been, mandated by this alternative, which they either get out or they die, and they do leave, then it is then incumbent upon the party who has destroyed their home to fix it. Otherwise, you're talking about an imbalance that's just going to create animosity and a future generation of new Hezbollah.
Bima, I have a question for Bima. Excuse me for 1 second. Bima, I just have a question for you. Bima, excuse me. I'd like to ask Bima a quick question. It seems like you're applying the same principle that's present in the context of eminent domain. So where there's an eminent domain for a highway or for a need for a city, and they take property away from someone, they usually give the previous owner some kind of recompense. Is that the same principle, the guiding principle that you're applying in this case?
I think that the principle is just private property, and that is eminent domain is something that the United States decided to do, right? But yes, ultimately that's built upon that. So yeah, that's an excellent point to bring up.
So if that's the case, explain one more time. So you're saying, are you talking about what happened in 1948? Or are you talking about currently Israel is taking property away from people and giving it to, I don't know what you're referring to in today's context, if that's what you're doing?
Yeah, no, so we're just talking about in southern Lebanon, in the country of Lebanon, there's an area called the Blue Line, right? And that is where the UN had, well, you could research what the Blue Line is. So from the Blue Line to Litani River, that's still southern Lebanon. But Israel wants to create this buffer zone here because Hezbollah exists heavily in there. And Israel gets a lot of attacks from Hezbollah. Hezbollah sees no opportunity to find any type of peace with Israel. So there's a lot of terrorism. So Israel has recently, when they attacked Iran, right? They're now, of course, Hezbollah is going to attack them, and so then Israel is going to start to try to regain that territory. They actually did this in 1982. Israel took this area in 1982, and they held it for almost 20 years. In 2000, they lost control over it. Right, and they had to cede, and that's where the Blue Line came in. So they had to pull back, and they all had to get out, right? And so from 2000 to now, they still want to create that buffer zone. But so what happened is they have all of these people, all of these villages that they've now gone in and they've chased out. They said you have to leave. They're going into people's homes.
And these villages have cropped up since 2000, since they lost control.
I think no. Some of the villages they existed for a long time before that, but it's just because they're not all like Arabs. Like there's some Catholics. I mean, it's a mix. It's a mix of a whole bunch of different people.
So here's the question: so right now, this part of the land is currently under Lebanon's control.
Well, that's a lot of the whole debate is whether Hezbollah held the dominant power in that region, and that is what we're understanding it was. And now Hezbollah has been that this is what Israel's doing is chasing them out, getting Hezbollah out to get this buffer zone created. But among doing that, they've chased out 1.something million people estimated. Right? We could say that might even be an over, because I'm not really sure if 1.2 million is accurate. Maybe if it's 500,000. So we'll say that 500,000 to 1.2 million people been told to leave their homes. And so now they're gone. Israel's saying you can't return now. And now what they're doing is they're just demolishing all the homes, just destroying them. And so
here's the rub. It seems like of the 1 point. So you're saying part of this land is owned by Hezbollah, or Hezbollah had it under control. Wherever they're chasing Hezbollah up, they're
control of that land, which seems to make sense. That's seems to me like an act of righteous aggression, because Hezbollah is, But my point is, are you saying outside of the Hezbollah-owned portions, you're saying there's these 1.2 million people who are just kind of caught in the middle of this?
Well, there's 1.2 million people that we don't know who were of course, if Israel wants to defend themselves and attack Hezbollah, we can say the people who are Hezbollah, I have no say in that, right? The people who are aiding Hezbollah, that's self-defense. This is Israel's self-defense. But my issue is the gray area of all the people who have not had any responsibility in aiding Hezbollah or.
How do you parse that out in the middle of
You should.
But it's not about how you should. The question
Right,
is,
and that's the question.
The question is, how do you parse that out in the context? Well, don't talk while I'm talking, right? You gotta let me finish the question, then you can respond flippantly, because you have a flippant response. But I can't make it out so let me say it first. The question is, how are you supposed to out the Hezbollahs from the gray areas type of people in the fog of war? I think it's an unrealistic expectation to put on on Israel in the context of war. Doesn't that seem reasonable?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. We'll get on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Fog of war or not, right? Just stop stealing these people's land. Stop.
But did you hear what she said? The reason why they want these particular people.
One second.
Excuse me, sir. Peter, you're a co-moderator, and I want to respect you, but we have to speak in ways that we can understand each other. So I'm trying to have an exchange with Brother Lonzo.
Yeah.
So what I understood from Bima, and I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I've done no research on this. I'm just learning as I go here. She's saying that buffer zone is now important because since the war in Iran, Hezbollah, who's occupied this part of the world, has gotten more aggressive, and they've been more, they've been attacking Israel more. And this buffer seems to keep Israel more safe. So why do you tell them not to do that?
So this is what I would do, right? Apparently what's going on over there, and again, this is just coming from an American, and I think a lot of y'all know who I am, and kind of like what I stand for. I want peace, right? I want peace everywhere. But apparently, what they're saying is that Israel's been encroaching on territories for a very long time over there, right? Israel's been guilty of, putting like bombs and solar panels, and some people would say like acts of terrorism, right? On those people, a very long time, putting bombs and solar panels,
Peter, we can't do the interruption.
Appreciate you.
If you'd like to speak, you just have to wait for him to finish. But I would like for you to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer right now.
You're going into tangents. I would like for you to be specific.
I'm gonna answer right now. So I'm kind of laying out the foundation of what a Lebanese innocent person would, go through, right? And Bima did an excellent job too, right? Saying basically, as an American, she's worked hard, she's busted her ass to, obtain a home, maintain a home, right? And she even wouldn't know how she would respond to somebody just taking her home, just like many good Americans in this room, right? How would you respond?
God bless you. Okay, let me respond.
What up, Keegan?
Let me respond.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Okay, so yeah,
Okay, you said how would you respond? I want to.
Can you keep quiet for a second?
Come on, Peter.
No, that's
Mayor?
Yeah, what up, Bob? Yeah, so again, right?
Okay,
Hold on.
Peter, shut the fuck up.
Who modded this guy? What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Was this an accidental modding for Peter?
No,
He's like
He meant to be modded?
Peter's a regular, okay? He has his own.
Thank God for being
thing.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, but I'm saying, does he have to abide by the
They
rules
keep
of...
one troll as a mod. They keep.
Okay.
Can we revert that to Keegan's the troll instead?
Yeah, could we prefer Keegan? Alright, So in 10 seconds, yeah, I mean, God knows. I mean, unless we all agree with collective punishment, right? Because a few people do some bad things, therefore, a million plus should, face the consequences, which is a war crime, right? There's no excuse for this. At what point do these quote unquote terrorists become freedom fighters?
Okay. First of all, if it comes to stealing the land, Azeh is populated as much as 2 million people. Iran is populated 91 million people. After the Islamic disastrous revolution, the first of the main Mullah Khomeini was the head of Hamas during that time. And they say that Iran is something, not a country, something for Islam. It is a gift for Islam, Iran itself, the whole thing. During that time, the people did not understand the disrespect and the main meaning of this, because people of Iran were offering to each other. For example, they are hospitable people in the history, and this kind of figure of speech won't be understood as insult. But right now we see that each and every asset of Iran is being spent for terrorism. They have spent and lost half a centuries of resources of Iran just for the proxies around the region to destabilize the region, not to even spend for good faith on that region when it is not being spent on the people of Iran. And that is the main steal. When you try to maintain 2 million people and you want to sacrifice 91 million people just for the sake of keeping 2 million, you see 91 million as collateral. You need to go and rethink about your own values. When you try to make that kind of tone, first figure out who machine guns their own people. If Israel does that, or if the Islamic regime does machine gun its own people. I stop for you, don't interrupt me. And when it comes to the point of maintaining your territorial integrity, that is what I am supposed to do. It is not something that I am bullying others for. You are bullying me, but that is my father's land, or that is something like United States for me. The meaning of United States for you is Iran for me. You are playing politics, bullying others, but I'm not bullying you. That's
Kitover.
Mima, can I tell you also something about the Hezbollah Lebanon Foundation?
The thing is, we were trying to build on a conversation here. I'm not sure where things have gone with that last contribution.
Because the Hezbollah didn't form as freedom fighters.
I'm a little lost by the last submission. I do appreciate what you have to say, Mr.
2 points after me.
problem is not the sequence of a speaker.
Peter, I appreciate your engagement, but I would like to get back to
30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds. Because no, just give me because it's related. It's related.
Ali Riza, can you? Yeah, go ahead, go.
It's related. Bima introduced Hezbollah's foundation as freedom fighters, which is not true. In 1982, IRGC, with support of Ayatollah Khomeini, sent 3 head generals to Lebanon. And among Shia militias, they founded Hezbollah. In 1985, they went officially against Israel, that we go against Israel. Where is the idea of these people? They were founded as a native themselves as freedom fighters. Not true. From the very beginning, they were founded by IRGC and Islamic Republic. So you cannot introduce Hezbollah as freedom fighters.
Well, in 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon, and the U.S. intervened during that Lebanese war. So in 1982, you would say that even if Iran came in and made Hezbollah, the reason that was made was real freedom.
To each your point, during the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s is when Hezbollah and creeped in, and then it was like before anyone noticed, there was a swarm of them in the Lebanese army, and you couldn't overtake them. So that was actually in the 70s.
But we have to remember, why did it even happen, the Civil War in the 1970s? It's because of 1958. And 1958 was the U.S. Military intervention in Lebanon. I mean, this region continues to be de-state over and over again by Western powers, whether the United States, whether Israel.
Excuse me, Krieger. Instead of counting the ways about how things have gone wrong through the years, what is your solution moving forward?
Well, my solution is that Israel, I believe, should have. We should. Again, I can't control their foreign affairs. I think the United States should cut full ties with Israel. They're not allyship anymore, and we should allow. If Israel wants to fight against all these proxy groups, then they should. And I hope that they win. But it's not our job to hope that they win.
What do you say to people? What do you say to people in the Trump administration who state that? Excuse me, I was in the middle of a sentence. So Keeger, what do you say to people within the Trump administration who say the reason why we need to maintain an allyship with Israel is because they are a democratic foothold in the region, and if we cut ties with them, we kind of give way to this Islamic regime style way of running governments, and Israel will fall victim without our support. How do you answer that?
Yeah, I'd say that we have a better allyship with the UAE, who produces more oil for us, and we have better trade with the UAE. They're much more aligned with Western thought in the last decade than we're given credit to. So I say that we have better allies in the Middle East that can be a strong foot if we really do want it and need it. I also say I don't even know if we really need a strong foot the way that we do in this region. Look at other world powers and look at their strong.
But I guess the question is, you and I are both ignorant. You and I seem to have a level of ignorance here because we're just sitting back.
I just said the UAE. The UAE is ignorant. What do you mean ignorant?
No, I just say United Arab Emirates. The problem with the United Arab Emirates, the problem with them is, what if they fall victim to the Islamic way that will probably take hold if Israel loses his grasp on his power? So the question is, I think it's very easy for you. Excuse me. What is happening here? Okay. So the thing is, my question to you, sir, and I'll be very brief here because a lot of people want to talk. The question is, you and I can very casually say in our lazy boy chairs, cut ties with Israel. You have no idea what the implications of that are. You have no idea what the unintended consequences are. You have a myopic focus on the fact that America keeps getting dragged into these various conflicts, which is a legitimate perspective. But the overreaction would be, cut ties with Israel, let them fend for themselves. There needs to be a more measured, level-handed approach that you nor I know to, because we aren't privy to what's being discussed behind closed doors.
Okay, so what is that, if you don't mind me asking, what is that option on the table to make it less of a shock?
You giving me my back channel that I was being abused on that biblical smoke?
That was ridiculous how they was doing you, kid. They was doing you, they can't go on you. They could have handled it.
Not for Israel to defend UAE.
But Peter, other than just, like Keegan said, just getting up and leaving a vacuum, because that's the point that you're replying to, right? That we're going to leave a vacuum.
He's saying cut ties, let them fend for themselves, let them fight the proxy wars. I think that's a very basic, it's like a superficial response to a superficial problem. He doesn't understand the deep, unintended consequences of cutting ties.
So his response was logical then, Infinity, because it was a superficial response to a superficial problem.
Right, it's logical, but it doesn't fully grasp the reality of what we're dealing with. So that's why we throw that response into the garbage can, because it doesn't encapsulate the true realities on the ground. So we take what he says and we can react to it. It doesn't matter much. What the problem is, we need to wind down our involvement, like we did with Ukraine. Trump stood up to Zelensky toward Israel. Don't let them, you're not their bitch. I think it's fine to emphasize that on the world stage. We're with you, but we're not going to be, like somebody said earlier, be burping you and changing your diapers. That's not us. Okay, we're here to help and support on the edges, but we're not here to be involved at the core, because we're over here and there's a whole ocean that protects us. So anyways, my point is, we can dial down our involvement. Like, I don't know any other president who brought Netanyahu into the White House, made him get on camera and apologize to Qatar, I believe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Right? He made Netanyahu grovel in front of the world stage. I appreciated that. Okay, I don't know if y'all know about that situation where Israel bombed Qatar as an overreaction, and it was wrong. He brought Netanyahu to the White House and on camera made him pick up the phone, call the Qatar president, and apologize. That's the kind of shit I want. Be bold, be strong, don't be their pussy, right? Don't be their bitch. But to cut ties and walk away from a 80-year-old ally is too myopic. It's a short-term, feel-good solution that has deep unintended consequences, Keeger. So do you understand what I'm saying, Keeger?
Listen, I understand, and I would say that, listen, the pros outweigh the cons, okay? Just destabilize the Middle East, which we've been trying to be involved in the last 80 years, which if you tell me the Middle East is stabilized, then that's hilarious. And so we're leaving a Middle East that's already disabled, allowing it to continue to destabilize itself, which I actually think would, in my opinion, if we left it, maybe would stabilize it. But also the effects of America to not being tied with these Zionists who control our government in so many different aspects, through AIPAC, through the ADL. This would have consequences that would outweigh, like positive consequences, would outweigh any of the negative.
Okay, and you have the expertise to say that on what basis? What do you know that most of us don't know?
What do you mean? What do I know that most of us don't know?
It just seems like you have a very layman's terms or like a casual understanding of what's happening over there, and you're kind of standing 10 toes down on a solution that you really don't know if what's going to happen. You're saying, I think the pros will outweigh the cons. Maybe you don't have a full.
Well, here's the thing. You tell me, because what I'm doing is, in the last 80 years, you tell me in the last 80. Okay, bye. I got my headphones. In the last 80 years, right? We've seen a distable Middle East. We do not, from Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine. All these places have continued to be other than Israel. Continue to not be a stability, be an ally to the West. And I think it's the involvement of the Middle East. I can only go based off of what the history. And the history shows that we have not been successful in the Middle East. And so I say, let's try going out of the Middle East and seeing if that. I'm saying, why don't we try a new solution? You're saying, well, we don't know if that would work. Well, we don't wonder what's going on right now is not working. So what do you mean? We either have to change up or we'll continue the same process, and Americans can just continue to be the fighting foothold for Israel. And I say, no, let's try something.
But before we get that point, why not dial it down? Why, instead of taking the cold turkey approach, why not, not systematically, but surgically get uninvolved in a surgical way as opposed to a cutting of all ties? Don't you think that a cutting of all ties will have unintended consequences that beyond what you can even imagine?
No, I think
the pros outweigh the cons, but what if you don't have a full list of the cons? It seems like the only people that have the full list of the cons are the people that are in the rooms making this. So that's why these discussions really don't yield much. We don't have all of the facts and data that are supporting these decisions. So this is just an exercise in futility. It's fun, okay? We can go back and forth. But at the end of the day, we defer to the leadership to make these decisions. And yes, we can bitch, whine, and complain, but that does us no good. On election day is when you can voice your opinion. But all this back and forth about what I know and what you know and what research I've done versus it's a bunch of propaganda that's rubbing up against each other. My propaganda is better than your propaganda. Your list of cons is shorter than my list of cons. And our list of cons don't bear any comparison to the list of cons that are in the room, in the war room or in the situation room when they're making these decisions. So what are we doing here?
I mean, you sound like the neocons who debated Ron Paul and said that if we left Afghanistan right now, it would be in much more turmoil. We would see terrorist attacks by the thousands, right? And now that we've left Iraq and Afghanistan, we haven't seen that, right? So I mean, Ron Paul was right at the end of the day, and everyone can say whatever they want. But when he said in 2004, we need to leave. This is it. We need to be done. Everyone said, "There's no way Ron Paul can't say this. He's so crazy about this." And now look at him. He's been proven right.
Mm-hmm. So you think we should have left Afghanistan in 2004?
Well, I don't think we should have entered in Afghanistan. But I mean,
you don't think we should have? Wait a minute. You know as well as I do that on 9/11 we were attacked by 11 members of the Taliban, which largely resided in Afghanistan.
Oh, they were not.
There were Saudi nationals, 11 Saudi nationals, if I'm mistaken, correct me. 11 Saudi nationals, hijacked planes that ended up killing 3,000 Americans. And you're telling me they were all tied into Taliban, which is in Afghanistan. Why should we have not entered Afghanistan to destroy Taliban?
Who do you think did it, Keegan?
Listen, the Taliban, which was run by CIA operatives who were being very, very powerful, had an actual opposition against Israel. Israel, for the first time, actually felt some type of threat towards actual operations that could be conducted against them.
Okay,
because again, the CIA.
I'm getting lost. My question was.
Well, I know. I understand. If you allow me, let me finish my point.
I'm not following you.
Guess what? You know what? Can the judge allow a little bit of?
What I'm saying
Can the judge allow a little bit, just a little bit? Because it all ties into, man, Fendi. Because this is the point: is that they so 9/11. The reason why it has to happen is for the involvement of the United States, because the United States did not want to be involved the way that we were. We were involved already slightly in Iraq and Afghanistan prior to 9/11 in 1998, but not in the way that Israel wanted. Again, Israel had this. I'm trying to show you the reason why Israel conducted 9/11. This is my opinion. Israel intelligence
make a long
Mossad.
story short. And when I say make a long story short, you should have just said that. You think Israel was behind that.
But there's a reason for that.
Right, but you only tell me the reason when I ask you for the reason. Because if you give me the reason first, I'm going to get lost. Just answer the question, and then everybody's going to follow along. But when you start off by giving us the background information, we lose you.
No, that's
just
not
answer
true.
the question.
That's not true. I prefer the background information.
Okay, but that's you. But you don't got a green bean next to your name,
What's
brother.
your green bean?
Here we go.
Hold on now. I'm trying to follow you.
That's why we did this.
The COVID vaccine.
Excuse me. Okay, I hate to take over the room. I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds. Am I doing too much? Matt, am I doing too much, or can I continue? I feel like I'm dominating.
Let's you're doing fine, but let some other people get into it.
Okay. Well, I just never got my itch scratched, but I'll leave it there. I just want to let you know, you think Israel was behind 9/11. You think Israel was behind October 7th, don't you?
I don't think Israel was behind October 7th. I think Israel had prior knowledge, folks. Just like how the United States had prior knowledge to 9/11 happening, and we allowed it to happen, right? And this has been confirmed. I mean, Alex Jones said it months before it happened. That was going to happen. You could say what, but he was reading. But here's the thing, and that's why when we from I didn't get from Alex Jones. Alex Jones was reading from different forms of documents that were leaked by the CIA, and he was reading on a show. But he was correct that 9/11 was going to happen. It was going to happen in the next few months. That the Twin Towers were targeted for a terrorist attack very soon by airplanes, and so we knew about this. The CIA knew about this, and we didn't do anything about it. October 7th. I mean, you tell me why didn't for 6 hours after, and everyone, Israel just is barely larger than like New York and New Jersey put together. Right? It's a very small country, and tell me why did it take 6 hours for them to deploy troops after October 7th happened? It took 6 hours. It wouldn't take us 6 hours if the terrorist attack happened to deploy troops. So tell me, how did that? I mean, you tell me what happened.
The answer is I don't know. and neither do you. And I would prefer that you not.
Exactly, but instead of saying we don't know, we can go, wow, why did, instead of, like, but you're like acting dumb for the sake of like going, I'm not going to answer those questions. I'm saying, let's ask those questions, and if you can't come up with your own conclusion, then I would say that you're dumb, because for some reason you can't come to your own conclusion about certain situations. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just kind of...
It's fine to come up with conclusions, but the conclusions, you can't stand 10 toes down on it because you're not in the rooms. So it's an opinion, it's a speculative conclusion based on what you know. But frame it that way. Don't frame it as fact. You framing it as fact that Israel was behind 9/11 based on the information that you know. And that's a pretty bombastic statement to make that a lot of people would say, what? Not to say that it can't be true. It might be true. Anything is possible.
Okay,
but
let's keep the conversation going. No, you're good, man. You're good. R9, if you want to speak any new voices, go ahead and just jump in if you want. I don't know what you've heard so far, but yeah.
No, I gotta read the room. I don't know, what y'all even talking about.
What was that noise? Did someone hear a big beep or something?
I heard the same thing, Bieber. I heard the same thing.
That's Israel. They listen.
And it makes sense that Anthony didn't hear it either.
I don't know. It might have. I have no idea what it's about. Yeah, whatever. So it's really hilarious how polarizing Israel is, man. Like, I just don't. I'm not sure why people they really believe, like, it's almost like Israel. They have supernatural powers. The Israelis. They're capable of like superhuman acts, and I think like whenever there's like this whole boogeyman shit that goes on around a group of people, it really boggles my mind. I think people give other groups of people so much power and authority over what happens. It's like, as a man, it's emasculating. I don't understand how you think like some dude that puts on his pants the same way I put on my pants, one leg at a time, zip them up, put on belt and suspenders, whatever the fuck you do, has so much power and so much ability to dictate your life. Where does this fear come from, man? We heard some kind of beat. Now it's Israel. I know it's tongue in cheek, but they take up so many brain cycles. Everything's this grand conspiracy. 9/11, it was Israel. October 7th, Israel knew it was coming and didn't do anything, and they took their sweet time responding to it. It couldn't be that they got caught flat-footed. It couldn't be the Israeli intelligence missed something. That's impossible. Don't be ridiculous. Israel know everything. They see everything, and they calculated everything. It's just a matter of time before Israel takes over the United States. We're their puppets, and they'll eventually take us over. I can't live like that, y'all. I'm sorry, man. I can't think like that. That's a nihilistic existence as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to think like that. I couldn't carry on thinking like that. If I don't feel that my actions, I can't impose my will on my life, why live? That shit is fucking crazy to me. Thank you for listening.
I mean, Anthony, your sentiments ring true without context, though. Your sentiments ring true without context. I mean, Israel goes on front of our Congress, says that they have the most intelligent surveillance system in the world. They say that they're the most intelligent. They say that their intelligence agency, the Mossad, is the most sophisticated. The Israeli people, Jewish people on this app will tell you this, that they are the most moral, the most intelligent army in the world. They have precision striking. They have precision technology. Their camera system is the best in the world. But then they'll say that October 7th was a crazy, they weren't prepared for it.
All right, that's a great point, Negan. That's an excellent point that should be addressed.
I think there's a confusion. People misunderstand when somebody says that they're the best versus they're omniscient. So while his forces might be the best and most capable in urban warfare or intelligence in the region, or have the most sophisticated technology for those purposes, they are still not omniscient. And you need to understand the difference between the two. Then those type of arguments will go away, because you will not expect godlike behavior from regular people who just got really good at what they do. And I also wanted to mention, the only ally in the region is possibly Israel, not just because of its proximity to a United States government system and style. Because while they are, I believe they're parliamentary democracy, like I think UAE was as an example, I think the devil is in the details. Yes, we might not give them enough credit for what they have done, but they still are a monarchy or a federation of monarchies. They are, their elected officials are ordered to take the post. They're not elected. There's a lot of, manipulation and corruption that can be imposed in that system. So if we're talking about proximity in terms of style of governance and stability specifically, I think Israel is, the only choice in the region, because all the other countries have vastly different, if not opposing, type of governmental system. And in order for the United States to benefit from that stability, I think Israel is the only answer in that region. And if the United States is to pull out, as some of the, the fifth column groups within the within the Western cultural paradigm suggesting, then we're going to have the same quagmire as happened in Afghanistan or Iraq. And we shouldn't have done that in those two countries. We should have stayed and had some sort of Marshall Plan for transition. We didn't. That was an unfortunate mistake. And leaving Israel to its own devices and allowing its neighbors to tear it apart is going to be a huge mistake. It will be extremely disadvantageous to the United States.
Wrong to go into Iraq.
And it is extremely unlikely.
Say what, Manfinity? Good to see you, by the way.
I was asking, I thought you had said that it was a mistake to go into Iraq.
No, out of Iraq and out of Afghanistan. There was no plan for transitioning. Going there was not a mistake. I think it was very beneficial to take out those regimes. However, the people who were in charge, they had no plan for afterwards, and that was an issue. So the neoliberal concept that you're going to give people the tools, economic tools, and then their government and politics will change, has been proven to be wrong in Eastern Europe as well as in the Middle East.
So here's the question. I've heard people say, this is not the job of a soldier is to kill people. The job of a soldier, whether whatever branch of military, the job is not to uphold the handover to a new regime. So do you think that our soldiers are acting outside of its natural role? Because soldiers are supposed to, again, kill people and break things in the context of war. So when you keep them there, sitting ducks, roadside bombs, all these other things are happening to them, why are we putting, for PC purposes, we're putting soldiers outside of their natural role? Do you think that's part of the problem, that maybe once we kill people and break things according to the plan originally, then we leave, and then the United Nations or some other effective body should come in there and do the handover or whatever else? I know those are ineffective.
You're talking about the IDF?
I don't know. I'm sorry?
You're talking about the IDF?
No, I'm not talking about the IDF. I'm talking about when you go into a country to remove a threat, why should our soldiers stay around to wait for this, fantasy handover? Why doesn't the United Nations or some other effective body step
folding down before it?
Because we're interested in it. It's and from what I understand, the United States military, they're not only the stormtroopers type of role. They also have a humanitarian role, which they do in many parts of the country, and stabilizing role. So there are different branches of
So
military.
that is the role of the United Nations military. The actual soldiers, after they kill people and break things, they're supposed to stand around and oversee a warm handover.
That's fair. That's fair, definitely. However, the United Nations as an organization is a joke. When you have majority of the countries aspire to be totalitarian or authoritarian regimes, and then you have democracies and republics in minority, the type of rules and the type of actions of that organization is going to reflect that type of majority, which it does.
So what you're saying is because the United Nations and other bodies have abdicated their role effectively, we're stepping up and doing that. What happened after the world? What happened after? Last question. I'll shut up. What happened after Japan? Hiroshima, Nagasaki. We killed, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people with those bombs. Did we stick around and try to say? I mean, I don't know how that. Can anybody explain how that happened?
Well, no, we did do it with Germany. We did do it with the Germans, and we
What
killed
happened with
millions
Japan
of
first? What happened with Japan? What did we do with Japan after we bombed them into smithereens? Does anybody know? I don't know.
Weren't they included in the Marshall Plan or a form of it? I do know that they ended up modeling their economy somewhat after ours, and we helped them rebuild. Obviously, we did the same thing to Germany. But I mean, I would say that us providing them the tools and like I understand what Andre said regarding us taking out of power and giving them money and trying to incentivize them to change it, how it's failed in a lot of Eastern Europe and the Middle East. But I would say if we're going off of World War II, I would think that Germany and Japan and of course we were on the side of South Korea. I mean, we did have success in those countries.
That's fair, Pepe, but that's the major difference, I would say, between like the way the United States handled Iraq, Afghanistan, and Germany, Japan, and South Korea is that we actually had a plan for afterwards. We stayed around, we had our bases, we supervised with advisory the type of new government, we ushered in the new systems, we helped them adopt those new systems, and we're guiding them through it. With Iraq and Afghanistan, there was a vacuum that was
You're breaking up.
Killed it. You're the ones who are capable of us. Sorry, we killed everybody who was even capable of sustaining that system.
So you really think we should have gone to Iraq? You really believe?
Well, I mean, once we were there, we were there. I mean,
That's true, but
we broke the egg, and we hold it.
But we should have broken the egg, then.
Perhaps.
But Beaver, I can exchange with you if you want to. We should have gone into Iraq because prior to going into, we should have went into Iraq because they weren't responsible for 9/11. But if you remember, on September 11, 2002, in a world after 9/11, after we were asymmetrically attacked by these rogue people, George Bush went to the United Nations, made the case that Saddam Hussein, we have the receipts, we gave him the weapons during the Iran-Contra thing. We know he has the weapons. He's failed 18 UN resolutions. He signed the Gulf War Peace Treaty. He's not compliant. So basically, he made the case, we're not going to live in a world where asymmetric warfare is going to happen again. There's a gathering threat. We need them to arm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And from September of 2002 to March of 2003, Saddam Hussein was playing coy. He would not give full access to his facilities. And in a world after 9/11, you can't take the chance. Remember, he has 3,000 dead Americans' blood on his hands because he didn't take seriously the attack that 9/11 could have. I mean, it was already written on paper, but he didn't take any action. So here we are in a world after 9/11. Saddam Hussein has weapons. We know he has it because we gave it to him. The whole world, MI6, Mubarak, all of the world is in agreement that he has the weapons. We just can't find them.
Let's say you beat her.
Why shouldn't he have gone in?
Yeah,
because
say you beat her.
Without operating with the benefit of hindsight, I think it was the right decision to make at the time.
I mean, yes, the intelligence was faulty.
No, but you're operating with the benefit of hindsight.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying though, was it worth us? Like, what did we get out of it? It was a complete disaster.
Yeah, I think that's. I think we can. Anthony, real quick, I just jumped in here real quick. I think we can fairly say that the looking in hindsight, or looking after the fact, that maybe it wasn't the best decision. Would that be a fair statement? I think that's what we're getting at.
Yes, but again, but we couldn't have known at the time that he didn't have the weapons, because it was conventional wisdom. So if you believe that the weapons existed, you have to act. That's why I don't fault him for going in. I fault him, as Andre said, for not having a better strategic way out. But he went in for the right reasons, according to what, if you think he went in for oil, that's on you. But the primary objective was to remove a gathering threat in the world after 9/11. Saddam Hussein did not attack us on 9/11, but in the world after 9/11, he cannot have those weapons. We gave it to him, and he's not giving us access to review where the weapons are. So we have to go in. And he wasn't going to
a lot of it was off of faulty intelligence, and I forget, there was one of the main actors, I believe he was a defector from Iraq, and he had made up a bunch of shit. It was bad, and of course it's looking in hindsight, it's different, but it was not. We had bad intelligence saying that they had weapons of mass destruction. And that was
it wasn't just the sea that said it. It was Mubarak in Egypt. It was MI6 in England. It was the United Nations, Hans Blix. It was all of these people who were saying, we're not getting access. You have the receipts. You gave it to him. He signed the peace treaty. He violated the UN weapons inspection 17 times from 93 to 2001. 2000. How much slack are we going to give him? Are we going to wait anthrax to go off in Houston? Or Orlando? Are we going to let that happen? I think not. George Bush was compelled to act, especially in the context that he didn't take action when 9/11 was a clear threat. So he had to act. I could argue that all day long, but it was wrong in the way how he didn't have an exit strategy. All day long, I'll give you that. But going in was a completely reasonable thing to do. And he waited, he did it the right way. He went to the UN first, all that.
I guess both sides could be right in a sense, I suppose, right? I don't know. Either would you say that just overall, just in general, it was a disaster? Is that what you're saying, or is there any good in it?
If the faulty intelligence was there and he acted on it, then you can't blame him for acting on faulty intelligence.
Well, I would say that it was definitely, in hindsight, my opinion, that us invading Iraq was disastrous. And first of all, the one thing that Saddam Hussein could do is he didn't really allow terrorists in his country, because he had to have rule. He didn't allow. He checked any imam that lived in his country. He would check his power, because he didn't want anybody being more influential than him. And long story short, you ended up during the war. You have, of course, the civil war. There's the Shia and the Sunnis that are fighting. Iran is now participating in this civil war. You have the insurgents coming in from Syria. Then you have, and of course, a lot of this is like, I don't think the Arab Spring would have happened. I don't think ISIS would have happened. A lot of these things wouldn't have happened if that void wasn't left after Saddam out. That's the only reason I'm against it.
Yeah, but look at all the PTSD that even lingers to this day on this app from some people, and like just all the blown off limbs and the homeless veterans and all the lingering shit, all the money spent, and all of the we lost about 3,000 soldiers over there, or 2,000, but
nothing million that were killed there.
Yeah, but I blame. You know what I blame for that? If we were in 1940s America, every move by the military wouldn't have been under this scrutiny in its microscope. We live in a world now where they have to fight a PC war when you can't fight a war that's PC. Unfortunately, everything is questioned. Everything, back in 1940s, he did the most controversial thing in the world. He killed hundreds of thousands of people, civilians, and it went over because the American people, we were together. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but
they wouldn't surrender, and we had a new toy. We wanted to take it for a spin.
But how does Bush fight a war where everything is on camera now. It changes the whole complexity of how you wage a war now. So the fact that all these people were getting killed, our people were getting maimed and massacred, I think it's because they're trying to fight a PC war. There's no way to fight a war is by definition not PC.
I think there's the last war we fought. We're going into Afghanistan. It was popular in the U.S. Because we all witnessed what happened to the Twin Towers. But of course, World War II. But I mean, after that, if you look at Vietnam and then a lot of the other wars, more recently the global war on terror. I mean, these were not very popular. And once we found out that there was no weapons of mass destruction found, the people that you primarily hear from today that are pissed off about us going to Iraq are the soldiers. Those are the people who are going to be like, well, my buddy lost his life for what? Like, this is bullshit. Why did we do that?
Honestly, I think they buy the propaganda. And honestly, I'll even put Trump in there. Trump bought the propaganda. Everything that I just told you guys, it's like they haven't heard it about why they went in. They went in for the right reasons. It was a noble reason to go in. It was the right reason. They just heard, there were no weapons of war. There were weapons of mass destruction. We did it for the wrong reasons. They only hear that, and they don't hear everything that I just laid out on this stage. And I think if they heard that, I'm not saying that. That's what's getting buried, which is why it's adding to their guilt and shame when they shouldn't have any. The propaganda took hold. Blood for oil. Bush is this. That all took hold.
Well, I don't think they're doing it because of shame or anything like that. It's more that they look at it as, like my buddy would still be alive, or I wouldn't have gotten PTSD. In other words, why did they and fellow veterans? At the end of the day, was it worth it? It's not. I mean, that's a value judgment, of course, they have to make. I can't make it for them, but that is something I hear very commonly.
Laura Ingraham just said a few days ago. Do you hear anything coming out of Iraq? It's a democracy kind of. I think you just outlined some things that are going wrong there. What Iran is doing, but. She made a statement, I didn't dig in, but she basically said what's a secret that no one's really talking about, is that Iraq has succeeded after turmoil, after a lot of years. It's a success. And that it's not what it used to be. It's a democracy. People are voting. So it's emerging as a democracy. So it's not something that you're going to see after you bomb and kill people some time. And I think nobody has any patience to let things go anymore. They want to see it now. I don't know. Is Iraq a success or no? Is it a failure in terms of how it's
disaster? Yeah, it was a colossal failure.
I'm talking about now, as Iraq stands today. A voting democracy, blah, blah, blah. Was that worth it? The fact that it's no longer a hornet's nest for terrorism. Yeah, I know you said it wasn't before because it's pain, but in terms of, it's no longer that side of the spectrum. It's more on the right side of the spectrum, so to speak.
You're talking about it's no longer a hornet's nest now that ISIS has been snuffed out?
Yeah, I'm saying after the fact. I know we went through some tough years. I know a lot of things happened between 2003 and now, but where have we landed with Iraq? And should that
everyone from Iraq during that time migrated to the United States?
I'm sorry, what was your question? What did you say?
No, I said that we know that the people that were, that lived in Iraq during that time, where the United States did them super dirty, the majority of them migrated over to the United States and live here. So I don't know if it's majority Catholic still there and Christian or what, but I don't hear anything out of them. Does anyone know? Is it majority Muslim now, Christian? What is it?
Where, in Iraq?
Yeah,
it's overwhelmingly Muslim. There's only small.
Is it really?
Yeah, they only have this very, very small handful of Christians in the north. The Christians never had it easy there.
Right. So then after that, then they all migrated here. You know, Muslims. But I just, sorry.
The major disaster. It wasn't worth it at all.
It was awful.
Iraq may be better, but it's not still like it's not some flourishing democracy or anything.
It's 23 years later. I mean, what's the aftermath?
Do you guys think that the reason why we're fighting this war with Iran is to help out Israel? Because I feel like that's all I've been hearing on Clubhouse, and I think that y'all got it wrong.
I mean, what do you think, Peter?
USA.
I mean, I think there's people like us, and I do think that Trump in particular, especially with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, which are very strong Zionists, and of course they're going to make a lot of money in the Middle East, but it's another story. I do think that. Yes, I mean, just from the outline of, from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, there was one, basically, when Netanyahu came to Washington and pitched this plan, Trump agreed with it. Seemed like nobody was really on board except for Pete Hegseth. The others, but they were all hesitant to tell the president, like, no, don't do it. His Joint Chiefs of Staff said Israel tends to oversell or overpromise what they can do militarily and overstate basically what they feel they can accomplish. And I mean, I would say this was. And it's not just the one thing that nobody will question is that who is to benefit from it the most? Obviously, it's Israel because that's the largest supporter of terrorism is Iran.
Do you really think that Trump would put us into the war if we weren't benefiting from it?
He might have thought that we were going to have some benefit. And I think maybe look if he was the president that took out the Ayatollah and the IRGC and gave the people freedom, that would be. That's pretty good to have as part of your legacy.
You got cocky after Venezuela.
That was really funny.
I just think it was a bad calculation. But I do think
I think that's way too early to
way too early there.
It is. It's like we need to think like big picture. Okay, so we may not be able to reap the benefits of what's going on now, but like maybe our children will and our grandchildren will. And like we are just the sacrificial lambs that are going to deal with these hard times, which Trump and Elon Musk were both upfront from like day one. They said it's going to get harder before it's going to get better. Like they're very clear about that. I do think that we are overstaying our welcome in this war. I think that we got to finish this up like now. Because I don't know, it went from 2 weeks to I think it's gone on too long now. I don't like that, but yeah, it's too early. But I really do think that the Venezuela, if you really think about it, they have the purest oil there, and they trade with China, and so I feel like we were taking their oil, and then this whole thing that's going on with Iran, in the Hormuz Strait, it is about oil and starving China from their resources. That's kind of in a little bit of imperialism. Thoughts?
I tend to take that perspective. I take the long view, and I have the more optimistic approach. But you have a lot of people who want to see change now. They want to see progress now, but they don't have the patience to wait. But one thing I would like to say, going quickly back to Iraq, they did, to the government that we were able to help set up, the democratic government, according to this research, they helped survive the fight against ISIS, and they persist today. And a recent improvement report from the United Nations says, today Iraq is unrecognizable and remarkable compared to the early years of the conflict with increased security and a clear determination to win the battle of development. So, this may not be, the full progress may not be birthed in our lifetime. But when the full progress is finally birthed,
Right.
I think, in the Iraq context, maybe Bush will be praised. And in the Iran context, Trump will be praised.
Well, I put Trump up on Mount Rushmore, and I'm worried that his legacy is not going to survive this.
Yeah, I agree.
I want Trump up on Rushmore, where he belongs, but now he possibly shot himself in the foot with this. If it doesn't work out, that's why I'm kind of just,
Wait a minute. Your desire to want him on Mount Rushmore is more important than world stability? I think what's more important than that, between those two options, is that we get world stability and we remove a nuclear threat. If he has to sacrifice his Mount Rushmorean, salute, so be it. That's much less of a priority. Especially when you think of the context that there is no more space on Mount Rushmore. That Mount Rushmore mountain is fully, there's no space for it anymore.
Has anyone spoken about how the Democrats are basically the people speaking with Iran, trying to tell Iran, don't accept these terms? Has anyone mentioned that? That's really what Iran is banking on, is the Democrats.
So who are they talking to? Who are the Democrats talking to in Iran?
What happened? Someone was breaking up.
Who are the Democrats talking to in Iran?
I don't know who they're talking to, but they're sending messages saying, one thing we're going to impeach him. When we win the midterms, we're going to impeach him. This is wrong to do. Basically, Iran are masters of deception and looking at all of these, these propaganda pieces, and they're saying, okay, Trump's own country doesn't support him on this. Therefore, we have leverage because we can keep saying, we're not going to accept this. That impacts you because we're putting out, now you got Tucker, you got everyone coming out, against Trump on this. And Democrats are the ones, look at Chris Murphy. Every day he would talk about how Iran was a threat during Joe Biden's administration. Now he's talking about how Iran is, we shouldn't be doing this to Iran, blah, 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 right? So they have effectively, are effectively doing this only to get back at Trump. And I think it's important to note that if it doesn't work out, I still think it will, but if it doesn't work out, someone should say something to these people, like, what the hell? You guys...
Is Tucker a Democrat or a Republican?
So I mentioned Chris Murphy. Are you asking about him?
No, Tucker.
Exactly. Shut up.
Is he a Democrat or a Republican? Tucker.
I don't know what he is. Registered as.
Oh, you don't know now?
What about Chris Murphy?
What about Joseph Kent? Is he a Democrat or a Republican?
What about Chris Murphy?
Yeah, that's the thing.
You're scared?
You're scared?
Are you scared? Are you scared? You're scared to do that?
Just because they're Republicans, what's that supposed to mean?
He can't do it.
No, but he can't.
So is Chris Murphy an elected member? Is Chris Murphy an elected? So tell me the elected Republican. Watch this. Everyone watch this. Name me the elected. Tucker's elected. Tucker's elected. Wow, what an idiot this guy. Tucker. No, I said Democrats who are elected, and I said they're effectively changing. No, I said they're effectively pushing propaganda that people like Tucker and others are pushing forward. And you seized on that because you're scared to admit, yes, Chris Tucker is part of, Chris Murphy is part of the overall Senate, and he's also on the intelligence committees, and he's also someone who has influence. And he's going out there spouting all this shit, Murphy. But you haven't once said, that's a Democrat, that's an elected member. Wow.
Yeah, that's Democrat.
And he's in leadership.
Republicans.
So what's the elected Republican? What's the elected Republican?
Thomas Massey.
What's the elected Republican?
Massey.
Okay. One. Okay. Give me.
I can give you more than just one. We don't need another. I can give you more than one.
Give me.
Does it have to be a current? Is Marjorie Taylor
Current? That's what I'm saying. Currently elected. That has
so other than
intel.
Massey.
Oh, hold on. That has access to. Let's clarify. That has access to intel. okay, that knows the truth of what's happening with Iran because they get the briefings. Now, I'm not sure Massey gets those briefings. Maybe not. Not every member gets them, by the way. Okay, but I'm giving you Massey. Give me someone else. There's tons of people on the Intel Committee who are Republicans in the House, and tons of them who are Republicans in the Senate. Huh?
Rand Paul.
So what is Rand Paul? He's on the Intel? He's on the Intel Committee?
Oh wait, you want specific people on it. You don't want to.
The problem, I understand your point, but the problem is every time we give you a person, you skate and you make the thing more narrow.
No, I'm not. So your belief is that if members don't have access to the Intel, they should somehow have access to the Intel? No, the people who get access to the Intel are the ones who get.
You didn't make that clear.
Just said Democrats.
First you said, give me a Republican. Then we gave you Massey. Then you said, wait a minute, I want a Republican who is on the Intelligence Committee. And then if I give you one of those,
I said, go ahead with Massey, no problem. I said,
I know, but so you asked for more.
So your whole point is
now you're asking for more. Why do you need?
No. I'm saying I gave you Massey. You're right. I said that already. I said now give me somebody who has access to the who's currently there, and give me someone who does that. And that's all I said. So I conceded that you were correct about Massey, and then I asked you to do it. You didn't know who it is.
Well, it's not an issue, but it's just that I felt like the goalposts were being moved. But you're right.
No, I conceded you were correct.
Conceded it. So now that you've ceded that, wait a minute. So now that you've ceded that, let's jump off of that point. Don't you think Thomas Massey, if things continue to, if things go worse moving forward, I hope they don't, but if they go worse with Iran, don't you think that chorus will grow from just Massey to more?
Maybe not. Maybe not. It didn't grow when Ron Paul was pushing the stuff about Iraq.
Well, Ron Paul was a kook. I'm talking about Thomas Massey, who was once Thomas Massey, who came from the Trump wing of the party, along with Marjorie Taylor.
He was there for a long time before Trump.
No, but what I mean is that he was in the Trump camp. He was in the Trump camp.
And he wasn't. He was never in the Trump campaign, Trump wing of the party. He was always anti-Trump from the beginning. Trump went after him in 2017 and 2018. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Thomas Massey never really backed Trump.
What is this gaslighting? Holy shit!
That was my honest impression because I thought.
Yeah, it's confusing. I got it. Yeah.
So, but isn't it true that Josh Hawley came out against Trump recently?
No, not about Iran. Not about Iran.
He really gives you the Republicans and what they've done. Let me give you the Republicans and what they've done. You got Rand Paul. He's the sole Republican to vote with Democrats to advance limiting President Trump's war powers in Iran. You got Thomas Massey. He does what he does. You have Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio. He voted to curb Iran war powers, citing they need to follow the Constitution. You got Representative Tom Barrett from Michigan. He introduced legislation to impose limits on the use of military force in Iran and wind down the fighting. Hold on. You got Senator Suzanne.
So what does this have to do with anything I'm talking about? No, but that's not what I'm talking about. Who passed bills? But that's not what I'm saying. Who passed bills or legislation? Dude, this is gaslighting. So, Othello, you're gaslighting. Okay? So nobody. So again. My question was, who's come out openly against Trump? Voting on a bill is not saying you're openly. If that's the case, there's many Democrats that voted against Joe Biden and would never call him out in public, but they vote against because they're voting against the presidency and what the powers of the presidency can do. Not on the Iran war, not coming out saying like the way Kent came out against Trump.
You also have Jared Golding, Greg Lanchman, Harry Collier, and Juan Vargas, who voted in favor of extending. Those are Democrats that supported Donald Trump's and the Iraq conflict. So, I mean, you can have a couple dissensions on either side.
Correct. And those are power discussions between the presidency and Congress. I'm talking about people that are willing to come out and go against their party. It didn't happen with Bush. Okay? And with Trump, it's happened yet. But the people who had the intel during Bush didn't come out and do anything. And the people who have the intel now, who are on the intel committees on the Republican side, weren't doing it. The difference is on Bush, because it was George Bush and he's a normal Republican, people who were equivalent to Christianity weapons of mass destruction, what was planted by the Bush administration. Those Democrats that were like, okay, I support it. Remember, Hillary Clinton voted for the war. So many people voted for that stuff. And those people were not willing to go again because they said, hey, I'm going to root for what's America. My point here, Democrats this time are just opposing it for the sake of it because Donald Trump is the president. But if Joe Biden were doing this, they'd be all in on it. And to be fair, some Republicans would be against it, but not against going to war with Iran on this. They would be against with the way it's being carried out. Look at Fetterman's point of view.
You guys hear me here? I want to respond to Nav. You guys hear me though? I'm driving, so I don't know.
First, we know you don't know how to drive. Second, you can tell the Uber driver to increase the Wi-Fi in his car.
Yeah, stop it. Okay. No, I think King Nav was pointing out the fact that you're saying that they're basically Iran is leveraging the Democrats to kind of call the shots. That's what your initial point is, right?
Correct. And they're banking on the fact that they can get Trump's poll numbers down. They can get Trump to push down because if I push this message, then Chris Murphy's going to look at my message and say, oh, look at this. The Iranians are doing it. But actually the intel says differently. Well, he's not going to share the intel. U.S. isn't going to share the intel. So the public won't know. So I can use Chris Murphy to gaslight, and he's going to go along with it because he hates Trump. That's what.
By the way, Chris Murphy was the one that was cheering on that the Iranians broke through the blockade. That's that Chris Murphy, right?
That's the one I'm talking about. The one that Othello was saying is an amazing guy, and he wasn't willing to admit that he was a Democrat.
Totally insane. You can't be doing that. Because, if they want to get out of the war, or the supposed war, wouldn't they want, to be able to have a real negotiation and get the hell out? They're making it worse, you know what I mean? This is ridiculous. But carry on.
Yeah, and that's the point that I'm getting at, is, you could say, oh, yeah, you should be 100% against the abuse of the president's war powers and all that. I'm totally for that. I'm for the narrative of, hey, let's make a better decision when we go to war. But when you're actively rooting on and cheering on a person or a group that wants to take down America and actually injure Americans and aren't willing to say, hey, this regime is horrible, when you said it 2 months ago and there's no or a year ago and there's no difference between then and now, you're just rooting against America and banking on our soldiers being injured and killed.
The problem is that it's the intersectionality of the issue. So, for instance, you got to remember, in the grand scheme of the leftist, issues, you cannot be pro-Israel. So to take America's side on this is by effect taking Israel's side on this, and then you're throwing away your alignment with the Palestinians. So the Democrats are the left. The far left Democrats.
That's not true because they'll take that.
Are victims of the intersectionality problem.
So Joe Biden, go on.
Hold on a second. They're perfectly fine because even if you remember in the Kamala campaign, she went into Detroit and said she was pro-Palestine, and then went into Pennsylvania and said she was pro-Israel. So she flips-flop on a multitude of issues. So it depends on who's paying the money and who's the audience. They're just opposing it right now because of Trump, but in reality, they were actually more. You should look up Victoria Nuland and look at her approach to what she wanted to do in terms of the Iran and the Middle East, along with Bolton. You would be surprised at how the two of them overlaid and were actually merged into an apocalyptic dream for anybody who is really war hungry. Because that's.
So you don't think that they're pro-Palestine?
No, so they're absolutely not.
They don't view Palestine as
the progressives maybe, but not the true Democrat.
Yeah, not the true Democrats, progressives, man, Infinity. Yeah, progressives. Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant.
Right, but so just to be clear,
they're still happy to take AIPAC money and all sorts of things too. So it's kind of a EOC and others. They'll sit there and take it.
Chuck Schumer, the first Jewish senator, to be the guy was all in. And in fact, if you look at Biden, when Biden talked about responding to October 7th, they wanted him to go all in. These people were pushing for him to go all in. He talked about building a bridge to get certain aid in and all that stuff. Chuck Schumer was actually salivating for some of that, and then some of it he got upset with Joe Biden actually saying he's not doing enough. He should take out these. He should take out Hezbollah. He should take out all these groups. He was actually salivating. Now he's talking differently, obviously, because Trump is.
It would be fair to say that in both parties there are some groups leading to sacrifice. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
You're basically in the blender. I don't know if that's me, but
can you hear me now or no?
Okay, yeah, you're better. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just wondering, would it be fair to say that in both parties there are subgroups that are willing to sacrifice the interests of the United States for their own political group interests? But in Democratic Party, that subgroup is larger and more powerful than in the Republican Party. The Republican Party, they're marginalized, and the Democrat Party, they're front and center, and at points are the tail that is wagging the dog.
That's not true. Like, they're marginalized on the right too. Like, you got the Christian nationalists who have this whole thing going on too. I would say generally the middle and the moderates, and then I would say a significant portion of the right, and the Democrats, the blue dog Democrats, really will stand in solidarity with it because of the benefits. And we went through this all last night, but the mutual benefits from it. The fringe groups seem to be the ones that are the most against Israel. Yet, for some reason, they think that because they're the loudest, they have the most power, but they don't realize they're less than 10% of the voting bloc, and they just don't really have it. So Tucker Carlson and all these other people online can scream all they want to, but in reality, the ties are there, and they're only growing stronger, and they're expanding out to other Middle Eastern countries. So, I mean, these guys already lost. They're still screaming. They're the falling of Berlin, really, to be honest.
Brad, there's been a request of you in the chat to say twat waffle and me ring the bell. I don't know if you want to honor that request. It's up to you.
Who am I saying it to?
Kitty. You just say the word. I'll do it. I'll ring the bell.
Fine, twat waffle.
We always honor our requests around here. Ben, how you doing this morning? You're a little bit of the opposition. What's going on with you?
I'm doing good. I'm just trying to catch some sleep. I just don't. I have to keep watching Trump fall asleep on TV every day. So
wait, to get some sleep. I didn't catch that.
Wait. I'm a conservative and I don't watch that much. Like, I literally don't need to. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? That's a lot of TV.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, honestly, like, I don't watch Fox News.
I don't watch him. It's just on Twitter they keep posting these pictures and videos of him. I mean, it's so ironical that he would go on TV every time and call, even till today, calls him Sleepy Joe. But there's been countless times, at least up to 6, 8, 10 times that he's been on national TV, dozing off, falling like real sleeping. His eyes closed, and it just happened a couple minutes back. So I just don't know what he stays up all night doing, that he falls asleep on national TV every fucking day, or most days.
I'm gonna call you the twat.
It has nothing to do with me.
I don't think he's falling asleep every day.
Well, no, but you know what this means, Viking? That means that Ben must have slept really well during the Biden administration. I mean, he must have been sleeping every day, watching TV. And the president falling asleep. I mean, that's incredible.
At least I'm not running this country. Yeah, I'm allowed to sleep every day. I'm not running the country.
No, I said while watching the president speak. So you conceded that. Thank you. That the president was asleep. So I said while watching TV during the Biden administration, he must have been falling asleep.
I don't understand how what I said or what you just
said.
Wait,
Ben, I gotta get some clarity. You're not saying Biden was the sharpest tack in the.
He might not be, but it's ironical that the dude, the supposed strong, non-sleepy guy that would call him Sleepy Biden every day, now his presidency has been seen on TV multiple times dozing off.
Are you really going?
He just
Wait a minute, Ben. See, first off, Matt, I thought you said Ben was in the room. I ran back to my phone thinking we had Ben in the room. But then I got very much disappointed to know that it was Ben. And the biggest argument he can make, I'm disappointed.
I just put it in the chat and Matt mentioned it. I wasn't even trying to say this.
But Ben, my point is, Ben, not Ben, but Ben, you're going to make the argument on an open stage that he's been caught sleeping, and you're trying to say, isn't it ironical, which is a whole new word, not ironic, but ironical, that Donald Trump has been caught sleeping or dozing off, and you want to bring that to the stage to do what with? You think we're seriously engaged? Wait a minute. Let me ask this, and then you can go. Let me ask you the question. Do you think we're seriously, engaged with you on that? Seriously.
Man, Phoenix, just because you have a green bond,
I didn't hear you answer my question, though.
No.
This ain't personal. Answer the question.
Kick me down.
I don't want to kick nobody down.
Be careful. He'll put you in the shut the fuck up section. You know it. He's got permission.
You have like this on other stages where you don't have
I'm trying to understand you.
Ever since
wait a minute. You're bringing it to the top.
I put it in the chat.
Okay. So since you're approaching us from the left, I'll give you a chance to withdraw and rephrase your position.
Withdraw what?
I'm
allowed to put whatever I want to put in the chat.
Right. But I'm asking you to put an issue on the. Excuse me. I'm asking you to put.
You
don't have to do anything. I'm asking you.
Let's move on.
No. I'm asking you. Wait a minute. Sir, I'm asking you a question. I think I'm going to ask you one question. I'm asking you to put a serious issue at the table where we can engage. Since you're approaching us from the left, I think we would all benefit from exchange on an issue of importance. Okay? So I'm asking you to...
Okay, let me start. Let me start.
Ironical.
Let me start. Iran war is something he said he was never going to do. He's doing it today. Gas prices, can I finish? You actually put something serious on the table. Gas prices, he said, is something he's going to keep low. He's not doing it today. Inflation is something he said he was going to bring. He's not doing it today. He's spending all his time on truth tweeting, doing all these pet projects, the reflection pool, the White House ballroom. First, the White House ballroom is something he said it was going to cost $400 million. He was going to have donors pay for it. He's not doing it today. They're putting in the fucking bill so the Americans should pay $1 billion to do it today. So tell me what the fuck is not serious in what I'm saying.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, this is a much more. This is a much more.
For what? Just have a green bond badge.
Okay, this is a much more substantive.
Ben, you're about to get called a twat waffle. My Matt up there is gonna ding the bell. I would stop while you're still ahead.
So Ben, listen, hey Ben, for a second. Ben, I appreciate the more substantive input. Now, you've layered a number of issues. You've pancaked your problems or your issues, and it's hard for me to engage. So I'm asking you to pick one issue of the multiple you've laid out so that we can discuss.
Let's pick the Iran war. Let's do the Iran war.
So you start out by saying people. Okay, so what's your position on the Iran war? How has he failed the American people on the war in Iran?
He failed. He campaigned on no more new wars, no more forever wars. I'm never going to put America into a war again. That he came out of that night with his baseball cap. Oh, we just bombed Iran, and it's going to take. It's going to take 2 to 3 days. We're at the 10th week of this war today. Gas is at its highest price.
No, you're going on to another issue. Make a long story short.
Matt, why did you even mention my name? You should have just let me what I said it because engaging with a green badge on Infinity and an audience on Infinity is totally different. Because I don't see that like this.
Excuse me, sir. What's the difference? I'm still showing you respect.
I wasn't talking.
Let's concentrate on the issue though. So, Ben, would you say there might be a time when the things that you propose might have to adjust or even change drastically depending on the situation that you find yourself in?
what? Okay, so for example, I'll give you myself right here for 2 seconds. The rap group Outkast in the song Start with Miss Jackson, they say it very clearly. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather.
What is my man by the fat butt though?
So the thing is, brother, wait a minute. To Ben's point, Donald Trump planned a pretty picnic. He said, listen, no more forever wars. My intention is never to put us into a war. It's going to keep us investing, and not receiving. All of this. And guess what happened? He was presented with information and data so critical that he had to adjust. I know people who know Donald Trump, and prior to the war in Iran, prior to the initial, he was upset. He really didn't want, he was very upset that the diplomatic efforts had failed. He did not want to take this step. He took this step. If he was so war hungry, Mr. Ben, he would have done this in the first term. He didn't. He did this as a last resort because the diplomatic efforts had failed. So are you saying just because he promised not to enter into wars, that wasn't going to change?
What I've noticed in several rooms is,
don't tell me what you know.
It's really a fool's errand trying to argue what Trump has done bad with you especially. There are other people sensible on stage that could maybe agree that he's done something bad, but with you, I don't know what type of fucking juice Trump pumps into you every morning that whatever he does, I'm not going to use the same phrase I use every time. Trump could take a fucking shit on the White House table and you would call it the best brown chocolate ever. So with you arguing about anything Trump has done.
Please let me respond. It's a
fool's errand.
I just want 10 seconds to respond. I want 20 seconds to respond.
Okay, good.
The fact of the matter is that if you follow me on these stages, as you claim to have done, you would have known I have serious disagreements and critiques of Donald Trump. And I will give you three. I will give you three off the top of my head. Okay? First one. The fact that he mismanaged those children that were separated at the border from the adults they were with, that there were thousands or hundreds or dozens of kids that were lost and mismanaged, I have a deep criticism to the Trump administration for that. And guess what? The journalists in this country never hold him to account. They don't ask him to explain that and put him in a corner. They just leave it alone. So I have a real problem with that. The fact that the whole thing was mismanaged. I don't mind them separating the children from the adults because that's fair. But mismanaging the children and losing, it's almost, that really needs to be, he needs to be held to account for that. One. Two, I have a real problem with him pardoning 100% of the January 6ers. The ones that should have been pardoned were the ones who were not violent or destructive to property. Anyone who is destructive to property or violent should have been held to account. So I have a deep disagreement with him pardoning all 1,600 of them. And a third one, just to boot, because you think that I'm a bootlicker, and I'm not. Okay, I think for myself. He was stupid and wrong to Truth Social tweet Pam Bondi and tell her to go after his political opponents. Now we all know, now it's naked for the world to see, that that's exactly what he's doing. That was a stupid thing for Donald Trump to do. And I can give you other disagreements. So
it only became stupid because he tweeted it, not because he's actually doing it. Is that what you're saying?
No. It would have been wrong if he were doing it, but the plausible deniability is out the window.
But he is doing it. What do you mean?
Right, that's wrong. It is absolutely 100% wrong for him as an executive.
Going after James Comey and Letitia James.
Wait a minute. No, it's the merits of the case. But I think it's absolutely wrong for the executive, the president of the United States, to put his finger on the scale. He needs to be separated from that and let the DOJ do their thing. Even though they're under the executive branch, he needs to have that wall of separation. So I have a deep disagreement with him in getting involved in the legal shenanigans of the Attorney General. I have a deep disagreement with him pardoning 1,600 January 6ers, and I have a deep disagreement with him mismanaging those dozens of children in the first presidency. So don't tell me I bootlick. I can analyze and call balls and strikes. So going back to your point, okay, you said that he said he wasn't going to get into wars, but like my friend Andre 3000 says, you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't the weather. Okay, if you can follow the logic of that, when the rubber hits the road, sometimes you got to make adjustments, brother. So people like me are willing to give him grace on that. That doesn't mean he failed. That doesn't mean he didn't deliver on a promise, because he never once said, no matter what, I'm not going to go to war. He said, I'm not going to go to war needlessly, unnecessarily. Okay, but in this case, he saw enough facts, data, and information to make that call. And because he was so hesitant to take that, I'm going to shut up here, I'm talking too much. Because he was so hesitant to do it from the very beginning, I give him even more credence. I'm like, you know what? Instead of giving him a grain of salt, I give you 2 grains of salt. Because you don't even want to go to war, and you're going to war because it must have showed you something. Oh, shit.
So, my feeling is I commend you for not. Yeah, he does though. But I commend you for not leaking the entire boot and only leaking 99% of it. I commend you for that. You know, you mentioned the 3 things, so it's commendable. I think you're starting to see the light a little bit. Not as much as people like Brad has. Not as much as people like Brad has seen the light, or Matt has seen the light. Still waiting for Anthony to get up there with Matt and Brad, you know. But I do commend you a little bit, you know. But the fact that you would think, yeah, that's not to justify in going into a war that has raised the gas price. You know, he's losing support. You know, if this war was so popular and so justified as you claim, his MAGA folks or the majority of the Republican Party would be supporting it. However, he jumped into something because his head was swelled from how he went into Venezuela and took that guy and came out. He thought he could do the same thing to Iran, pop in and pop out. He didn't realize that Iran was going to be like this and try to straight it out as much as they can. Now, gas prices is something he can't control. He's trying to take the taxes of gas to reduce the price. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz is going to reopen. Motherfucker, this shit was open before you went into Iran. Now it's closed.
This is such a myopic analysis. It's not only about because Iran is part of the larger picture, number one. Number two, you were just explained that he was doing it as a reaction to something, the new information that came. Do you know that Iran has plotted to assassinate the president-elect of the United States? Are you aware of that?
Haven't they done it for all presidents, and they didn't stupidly go into a
No, they haven't done it last year. No,
they didn't actually fund it and map it out and put the thing into motion.
That information, what's interesting about that information, what's interesting about, you try to justify your stupid claim. So the interesting thing about that then is that it came out not during Trump presidency, but during Biden presidency. So it's his people who uncovered it and made it public. So it wasn't Trump trying to create a buzz about his persona. It was a previous administration whom he was not very fond of, and that administration was not really fond of him, but that was an actual threat.
It wasn't threat to Trump, but threat to Biden.
President-elect Trump. So the plot was uncovered while Biden was still president, but it was made public because after they failed to do it while he was a candidate, they went ahead and committed to doing it while he was a president. So that's number one. Number two, there's also, if you have not noticed, an economic war that's going on against China. And one of the largest suppliers of oil to China is Iran. So it's part of that puzzle as well. So just to say that it's so, that's the only reason, and the reason that you named is the only reason why he went in is his perception of Venezuela, and that's why he went into Iran. It's just, very myopic because it doesn't take into account everything else that's going on around. And another thing is, if we follow your logic, we can pick whichever politician that you support. We can find a fault with that politician. Have you addressed and agree that it is actual fault with that politician, and tell you that you're a partial bootlicker to whichever politician you decide, because it's you agree with them on the majority points, just like Infinity does with Trump.
Oh, my Infinity agrees on every. I think this because he was pushed to the wall. That's why you mentioned the state things. But no Infinity. Everything Trump does, literally everything. I've been on stages with him. I've seen him in rooms. And even the stupidest thing Trump does, Infinity will find a way to do.
Wait. But it could be the fact. Hold on. It could be the fact that, again, you people on the left do this. You TDS people. You consistently.
I'm on the left. I'm center. Please.
Well, you could be center TDS. I don't care. But I mean, here's the thing. I have been on this app for a while. I've been in the political spectrum. You've been in my rooms. I have heard same exact arguments time and time again. January 6th, you can't even quote it right. Good people on both sides. Again, we can go down the laundry list. Every argument has been either debunked, explained, or proven to be right. So all of the left's talking points, the primary ones, are pretty much the same routine. It's not that Manfinity is up Trump's ass. It's more along the lines of, hey, you know what? Here we are. And now, once again, you're coming up saying, oh, he thought Iran was this. You don't know that. I don't even know that. We're not in the skiff. He never made any allusions to how long it would take. He just said it's going to be over shortly. Whatever that means, that's up to him. I personally think shortly is under a year.
Jesus,
but, you know,
Brad, be real with yourself.
Have you been with war? Have you actually served?
I haven't.
Okay, so I can tell you for sure, firsthand, that there's operational fuck-ups. There's a whole lot of shit that can go wrong in the fog of war.
I commend you for serving, but let's not use that to justify what this idiot is doing. He's been on stage, he's calling it an incursion, and excursion is going to be done in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. It's 11 fucking weeks now. Yeah, granted it's not a year. Granted it hasn't been 6 months. But he set the stage for this.
No, actually, he did it.
But he's been mentioning 2 weeks, but he's going to be done.
Hold on.
How are you trying to now? It's a revisionist history. How are you trying to now tell us?
No, I'm just saying, like, first off, you don't understand how operations actually occur. Okay, so again, if it doesn't go according to your timeline, it's like you guys are so selective on the fact that you have, what was it? Oh, Russia, it's going to be 3 weeks. Russia said they were 3 weeks. Did you know that not a single fucking Russian said that shit? It actually came from our fucking United States on the left. It started there. So, like, that rumor came.
5 years? The Russia said it was going to be 5 years?
The Russia didn't give any time frame.
You think Russia thought it was going to be
Putin did not give any time frame. Putin never came out and gave a statement on time frame. He never did. That came up out of liberal media. That was a fabrication.
Wait, Brad.
Really quick.
Hold on, man. I got a question for you.
Hold on. Just really quick. I just wanted to add, because Ben just said 2 weeks, he's seen 3 weeks, 5 days, he keeps going back and forth. Do you understand what the concept of strategic ambiguity is? Do you know what that is?
not what Trump is doing. I do understand.
Do you know what strategic ambiguity is?
Trump literally just comes out every day, every month. In the first
Okay, how do you know what he's doing is not what's called strategic ambiguity?
How the fuck is what he's doing strategic ambiguity?
Because when you come out and say 2 weeks or 5 days or 2 days or 3 days, hey, let me talk, brother. So the thing is, what's the problem? Why can't I finish my statement without you yapping? So the thing is this. If he says 2 days, 5 days, 2 weeks, okay, he's keeping the Iranian side on their toes. They don't know what to believe. This is when he came out on Easter and said, what did he say? He swore on Easter. I can't remember what he said. Yeah, he said, open the effing whatever. Okay, he's showing them they don't know what they can't predict what Trump is going to do or say.
Today? Is it open? Is it open?
That is, excuse me. There's a whole blockade. We're squeezing Iran into position, but you don't have the patience to wait because
he's fucking squeezing us into position too.
Yes, but it's called. Wait a minute.
I used to fill my gas with. I used to fill my car.
Wait, how are they squeezing
position?
Because I used to fill my gas with $50.
Wait. First off, I don't believe you guys. Okay, let's stop here. So, how much Iranian oil did the U.S. import prior to this conflict?
It's a global economy.
Okay, no. I asked you a very specific question. So, overall, you could probably attribute maybe 75 cents to $1 to the Iran conflict. That's about it. You really can't say the massive swing increases, particularly like people in California who don't realize how all their taxes are, how you forgot about that bill that Newsom signed last year that removed BP and a couple of those refineries because you have to have a special blend of gas. The only state in the fucking country to have this special blend for Californians, you have to have that because no one else needs it, but apparently you guys do. So you pay more for it. In other states, you have different blends going. Yeah, I know you're paying more.
Hey, Matt, first of all, Matt, I have a piece to speak with you. How the fuck you made Brad a mod and you didn't make me a mod?
Hey, hold on, Ben. Question for you. All right, hold on, Ben.
Did I send you to the listening section? Or the shut the fuck up section? So, no, I didn't do that. So,
I don't want to beg you today. But, Brad, sometimes I like to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're a really smart guy. Manfinity, I don't have the luxury of giving you the benefit of the doubt. So,
Manfinity is a smart guy.
No, he's not.
So Ben, couple of things here, Ben. Were you upset about? Was Ben upset about? Does anyone remember? Was Ben upset about gas prices under the previous president with the Iran? Oh wait, there was no Iran conflict there. So it was Russia. We import less Russia, and the impact of Russian oil is far less than Iranian oil on the world. And yet, why were gas prices almost similar in 2022 and 2023? Because you had a fucking president who wasn't willing to do drilling in this country, who wasn't willing to do any of that stuff, and he just said, let's let ourselves be dependent on the world, and thereby the world will... So that's what happened to gas prices. So I'm just curious, were you as upset then, saying, what the hell is this guy doing? He should be negotiating with Putin and end this war so that it can protect my... Or were you just like, well, I like the guy, so it's okay if he doesn't do it. I'm okay sending billions of our dollars to Ukraine and not knowing how they're being used and not seeing if Ukraine is winning and just keep the war going and paying more gas. Is that what you're saying? Or
I was upset that gas was high.
Do you blame Joe Biden for it? Will you admit?
No, I did not. No, because
Because what?
And people can think, smartly, because the gas price was largely to the Iran-Russia conflict. America did not start.
Iran-Russia conflict?
No. Ukraine-Russia conflict.
You said Iran. Okay.
However, this one is from your Ori Jesus Trump, who woke up one morning and decided.
So hold on, Ben. Since you're saying no, you're an expert. Ben, you're an expert. No, I'm asking you. You're an expert. How is Russian oil impact America? Explain it to me.
Dude, it's called OPEC. They control the oil.
Wait, so Russia's part of OPEC?
I don't know. They control.
No. Is Russia part of OPEC?
I don't think so. No,
so wait a minute. So you just said Russian oil impacts OPEC, and yet OPEC sets the prices.
Oil is traded globally.
So I just asked you a question. You said OPEC. You believe that a Middle Eastern body for oil is controlled by Russia. You really believe that? Or that Russia has impact on OPEC. You really believe that? No, because the world played games with the oil market. What Joe Biden didn't do was say, hey, when this issue happens, I know this is going to happen, so let me increase drilling in America. He didn't increase drilling in America. He sought to push back against drilling. You can ask Viking, Manfinity, and others. They will give you more details on it. But I'll tell you, that is the reality. Trump has made us energy independent where we're actually exporting oil. Did Joe Biden tell the rest of the world, hey, oil is here, why don't you come and buy oil from us? No, Joe Biden said, wait, we sell oil? Really? We can sell it? Like, he can do it.
Is it true or not that America is experiencing a hike in gas prices as a resultant part of what's going on in Iran because of the war that's commenced? Is it experiencing now is downstream from the war in Iran.
Yeah, it's somewhat true, yeah.
Okay, so Donald Trump has already owned that. So then, when he was asked the question directly in one of his many gaggles that sleepy Biden would never do, he clearly said very clearly, yeah, and in exchange, America's getting a denuclearized Iran. And he's saying that they're going to come down faster and stronger than ever in time. He doesn't give specifics, and he says, I'll never know what this means. I never know what this means. Can anybody explain to me what he says? America is the hottest country on the face of the... I don't know what...
But Manfredity, to be fair to Ben and the Democrats, hold on, to be fair to Ben and the Democrats, Joe Biden gave an explanation. He said, in order to protect the country of Ukraine, we need to deal with increased gas prices and the impacts that it could have on America because we want to protect the people of Ukraine. We want to make sure they have health insurance. We want to make sure that they're able to pay their pensions. And we want to make sure their people can survive and do well. So Joe Biden did give an explanation. It was just in benefit of another nation. And so in order to support the other nation, Americans should deal with increased gas prices. He didn't talk protecting America or protecting Americans' interests. What it sounds like Ben says, yeah, that's true. If it comes to protecting a Ukrainian, I'm okay with paying increased gas prices. But if it comes to the future protecting America from a terrorist nation wanting to kill us and kill our family, he's like, no, I won't pay that.
What I'm saying is, I'm not okay paying more.
That's what he said.
I'm not okay paying more because of for closing the Hormuz Strait. The Strait of Hormuz that was open prior to him foolishly going in there and dropping a bomb.
Yes,
Biden drilling as well, wasn't it?
No. No, Biden didn't. Biden towards the end started increasing drilling permits towards the end. Not at the time when it happened and not beforehand as well. And watch what Ben is going to... Watch this. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Ben, don't talk. I want to see if I can predict what you're going to say. So what Ben is going to say, he's going to say, I found something that says that Joe Biden approved XYZ laws. Then when I say to him, hey, just find out how many he canceled. Find out how many he canceled in his first executive order, drilling licenses. Then he'll say, oh, well, that has no correlation. All he did was reinstate the drilling that he stopped in the beginning when he took office.
Answer yes or no question, and then I'll give you the floor after. I want to hear what you have to say, but it's going to go in order so that we can make sense of it.
I don't believe in that. This is bullshit that he feeds.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I said, do you understand the concept?
No, I don't. I understand it, but not from Trump, because that's the bullshit he feeds you guys every day.
Okay, why don't you understand? Okay, tell me, when you say you understand it, tell me what you understand about that concept. Short-term pain for long-term gain. What does that mean?
Short-term pain is, I would attribute short-term pain. Someone going to medical school wants to become a doctor, anesthesiologist, a surgeon someday. You go through the pain now to become what you want to be in the future.
So why won't you apply that same? Why is it wrong to apply? Let me add into the. Listen, for the benefit of people that listen. No, for the benefit of people listening, you have to let me finish the question. Don't anticipate the end of it and then start talking while I'm talking. Let me get the question out, and when you hear me breathe,
can I get a
then you can go.
More badge?
But why would you start responding? Why do you start responding while I'm asking the question? You have to let the conversation flow, but one at a time, please. So the question is, why won't you apply that same principle to the war in Iran and the short-term suffering at the gas pump? Why is that wrong in your mind?
Before I do that, dude, I hope one day
I can get this green mod back because it feels like it gives people superpowers. I do want to experience it someday.
Okay,
But
after that,
I digress.
okay, now get back to brass tacks.
Yeah.
Dude, what's your green bean obsession?
Kitty, I don't think I was talking to you. Did I mention Kitty?
Hey, you're not going to disrespect a woman in this room. That's a white queen right there.
My Infinity, it's your room. Peace out. I got better things to do right now. I got to join the meeting right
Yeah, you have nothing to say. You just failed. You failed at life. You failed at life. Your tail is between your legs. Leave. Leave now, you peasant. Leave now, you peasant, or I'll remove you if you don't leave. You have the count of 5 to get your lowly, dirty ass out of this room. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out. 5, 4, 3, 2. That's right. You better leave. Man, it's fun. It's kind of fun. The green badge does give you a little bit more bravado, Kitty. It's like you feel untouchable. You feel like you can. When you're in a room where you don't have the green badge, it's like you have to listen to the moderator, or they're going to mute you or kick you down. So there is a different, I don't know what the word is, but more confidence when you speak, because the people you're engaging, the person you're engaging with, can't do that to you. Anyways. Okay, Anthony, my man.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Is it okay if we can have a conversation?
Who just said that?
Jeez Louise, now we got Anna doing it. Y'all are a bunch of nervous folks. Bro, you slap your phone, you're impatient. Really impatient. Yeah, you sound the Majnun over there, Kitty.
What? What's that, Georgia boy?
Alhamdulillah.
I said Majnun.
What's that?
It's Arabic for crazy.
Oh.
How are you today, bro guy?
Oh, dude, I just got done eating a banana and mayonnaise sandwich, like a whole big old red solo cup full of like chocolate milk with extra Hershey syrup in it, and like 3 macadamia white chocolate, cookies dunked in it when I drank it. So I'm about like 20 minutes from going to start.
What happened to Manfinity?
Oh, thank God he's gone.
No, I love him. Maybe he went after that.
He talks way too much. He takes over the entire stage. She does the same in Andrew's room. I didn't really mind. I was
I didn't ask you what you thought of him. I asked what happened. Did he leave or did someone kick him? Did Viking kick him?
No, I don't think so. But I would have.
Why? Was he talking? Did he get kicked in the middle of a sentence?
Maybe, you know, we all have our own proclivities, and you think he talks too much, and I think you drink too much.
Well, I think you look like a pickled frankfurter.
I love pickles.
Oh my God, baby, chill out.
I love pickles.
You know, you look like your head is because I'm water.
I drink pickle juice.
Are you making fun of the caricature? That's funny.
Don't fucking tell me what to do and what to say.
I didn't.
Yeah, well then, don't.
I was just saying that.
I can say whatever I want if I find my infinity.
And so can we too, you know, so we can say whatever we want to.
It's none of your goddamn business.
It's none of your business either. I can talk to them.
You can talk. You all talk all the time. I rarely even say anything.
Oh my gosh.
You know what, BB? You have a point there.
What?
I said you have a point there, BB.
Well, during the day, she's not as talkative because she's not as drunk.
I'm not always drunk, and if I am drunk, that's my business. It's got nothing to do with you. At least, even with my drinking, I don't look like you.
Yeah.
You look like a pickled frankfurter, okay?
Make fun of my caricature. I think that's cute.
Yeah, but when you're drunk, BB, then your ability to follow and engage in a conversation becomes impaired.
Yes, but that's
So
why I
it doesn't-
usually, when I'm drunk,
it doesn't
I'll stay
reflect
in
well
my
on
audience,
you.
Alan. And I very much enjoy listening to you.
I know. And I enjoy you when you're not drunk.
My infinity because
See,
you hesitate to go into a room, go on a stage, like just completely hijack the stage, and then talk and talk and talk, and then when he's finished, he'll just fuck off.
I understand you don't
Some
like it.
people
I was
don't
just
like it.
asking,
I
did
don't
he
like it.
get bumped? Or what happened? Did he get bumped? Did he get removed?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did Viking remove him, or did he leave on his own accord?
I don't know. It was abrupt. So I don't know. But then, no, it was very abrupt. Whatever. No idea.
Well, he's still online.
Maybe someone waved at him.
Are you snatching?
No. Me?
You? Yeah.
I'm cleaning. I am cleaning. I should snack though. I need to gain like that.
Peanut butter works pretty good.
Yeah, I like peanut butter banana sandwiches are like my favorite. Major. You just call me bro. I'm not your bro. I'm a woman.
Well, I grew up like surfing, and like the girls would call you dude.
And then you got to
Like, yeah, bro, that was probably a girl that you got, bro.
Dude, sweet. What movie is that from?
Where's my car?
Oh yeah. That's pretty good.
shit. And then drank out the milk jug and dropped the cat.
Everyone's just like pieced out really quick.
I'm totally heading towards bed. I'm so fat kitted out right now. You ever get that way when you eat like McDonald's and like all you want to do is just lay down?
No, it's not like Thanksgiving. After like Thanksgiving dinner, always listen.
Oh, my spine said thanks for laying down.
Yeah, but your gut did not. Your gut's saying up.
Dude, my gut's happy right now. I had my vitamins today. I had banana and mayonnaise sandwiches and cookies and chocolate milk. I mean, dude, this is a fat kid at heart over here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think summertime is the best time to maintain weight or lose weight if you plan to.
I like peanut butter on my celery more than I do my bananas.
I like cream cheese better on celery, but I do like peanut butter too. But cream cheese is not celery ranch. That too, but cream cheese, so good.
Dude, I do these. I get jalapenos, and I make these little jalapeno poppers that are like filled with cream cheeses.
So good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't tempt me with a good time cooking, man. I love good food like that. You know. But what was the whole thing about Trump that y'all were talking about earlier when I first came in? Before I got sidetracked.
I don't know. When I came in, they were talking about Iraq.
Well, you know, Anna, for me, it's like I was fighting the Jaish al-Mahdi, the Mahdi army, or the Shia that were from Iran, that were in Iraq when they were fighting us. Like, this is the same people we're fighting now. Right. It's a war that we've been doing for decades.
Yeah, and they think that there's like different people, and it's like, no. Same folks, just maybe not in the same area.
They don't know who the main characters are. Where is Muqtada al-Sadr in all this?
Where are the Brits, these little fuckers? Fuck them. And the French. Where are the French and the Brits? Mother scratchers.
Well, the Brits just sent the destroyer or whatever to whatever. One boat that's got a big ass fucking like pyramid on the top of it. It looked like it's gonna tip over. Like, bro, dude, I hope the UK is gonna show up with that thing, and they're gonna end up screwing up.
They're not gonna do shit. They did enough already, don't you think?
Well, when they wouldn't let us, like, you know, land our shit when we were doing our fucking, like, you know, getting our refuelers going and whatnot. Yeah, that fuck NATO. Get rid of NATO. We don't need them.
And we sure.
Are you sure we don't need NATO, my brother?
We don't need United Nations either. Fuck that.
Hey, did you see where Poland was talking to Trump, and he's like, hey, if you're gonna take 5,000 soldiers out of Germany, you could build a base over here, and we'll let you, like, you know, come over here. Yeah, Poland's all in, like, you know, showing their cards. Yeah.
I mean, technically, America cannot survive without NATO in the Middle East or in Europe. Because because most of your trades within Europe has to be done within NATO, and now
Europe shouldn't survive without America.
no, but economy-wise, you're not very
World War I and World War II then.
It's not about the past, but currently speaking, if you say I'm gonna get just hear me out. Economy-wise, traded-wise, within the Middle East or even in Europe, you cannot get most of your deals by yourself if it wasn't for your relationship with NATO. That is the thing. That's why a lot of Russian products, because Russia is not part of NATO, and you're not going to find a lot of products within Russia because Russia cannot do their own trade within Europe. They have to stay within their own corner and find people to a point who are against NATO. So if America says we're out of NATO, sorry, a lot of American products will never touch Europe with anything because you cannot work by yourself. It doesn't matter how big of a country or a superpower you are. The main currency of the world is the dollar. And now you cannot even trade within the dollar because now a lot of European countries want to work with you as soon as you exit out of NATO. So, yeah, you can say fuck NATO and all of that stuff, but in reality, you can't.
Fuck NATO. I just said it.
Oh, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, my brother. You're good.
Yeah, you didn't make one point that even made sense. It was just a bunch of talking bullet points.
I mean, that's the if America wants to get out of NATO, why they're not out of NATO?
Let me ask you a question. How old were you in 1989?
I wasn't born in 1989.
Well, I was 14, and that was the end of the Cold War, and that was the reason we had NATO. The Cold War. Remember that one? I remember being a teenager back then, but you weren't even born, and you want to tell me what politics that I understand geopolitically and, like, you know, what I'm willing to, like, live, eat, shit, breathe, and die for, and what is worth dying for? I'd ask you to re-examine your life if you don't understand people like me.
Oh, sorry, I got a call. My bad.
Yeah. Come fuck around and find out. You know, the sad thing is, I'm a Democrat. I'm not even a Republican. I've been a Democrat since 93. But a 93 Democrat is not a 26 Democrat, apparently. I just haven't changed party because I don't like to leave my team.
We are very happy that we, at the end, we have experienced some kind of peace in the message.
What kind of peace? Just people not talking?
It's some kind of quiet, yes, exactly. Nobody is trying to rush into other.
Do we need to be in the Middle East right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
What's the one thing?
Yes, because you're on this planet, and since there is gravity, and that is the same thing around the world, the interests are shared, don't you think? For example, when somebody tries to put the planet out of the orbit, it is possible to do it even from the Middle East, and you will be also out of the orbit, don't you think? Don't you agree?
To be honest, we don't have any business going back to the Middle East. I do not know why we got dragged into this.
Well, explained to you, if Mullah have access to the nuclear bomb, if they use it and the planet goes out of the orbit, then it is your business too, don't you think?
No, it's not, because as of recent, Iran didn't do nothing
You
to us.
found another planet like Mars to go and live in, right?
But the fact of the matter is, we got drafted for something that's never our business to begin with. Iran never attacked us. If anything, we've been attacking Iran. We've been funding their proxies.
That's a lie.
You know, that's a lie. So we didn't fund ISIS. America didn't fund ISIS.
Yeah, in order to be able to go against al-Assad in Damascus, but they turned around and invaded Mosul back in 2000.
If I can put the head of Al-Qaeda to be the president of Syria, so he basically puts more funding to Syria so they can attack Hezbollah. This man that we had his head, we had millions of dollars on his head. Now we made him a president of the whole country, so we can fund their militias so they can attack Iran.
He even came to the White House.
Yes, so basically we are funding a terrorist right now.
No shit.
You know, so Donald Trump was trying to basically attack countries.
Your geopolitics works in your head.
Say what?
I said I'd love to hear what your geopolitics.
We have to bomb some countries for no reason.
So what about the machine gunning of 500,000 people? Is that not enough reason for you?
Who's what? Who's 500,000 people? Sorry?
When you were talking about 6th of January, I told you, I tried to remember you, the 7th and 8th of the January in Iran. The people of Iran got machine gunned. 1.5 million bullets were fired by Mullah, and this was the official number of bullets that were lost from the strikes of the Mullah. And 500,000 people lost their lives. They are not online anymore. So that is not enough reason. For example,
that's an Iranian business. It's not that's an Iranian business. It's not American.
If it is Iranian business, why didn't you interfere in the time of Jimmy Carter? First protest to him, he was a Democrat. He didn't have to put us in this misery. So now, in that time, we could have also judged like that is the business of Iranians to live with their kings. Why in that time we tried to change that previous regime of the Shah? Now it is the Iranians' business. You are playing politics. You don't believe in that. You are playing politics. Whenever you want, you would play your cards. Whenever you don't want, you want to say that is Iranian business. I think that is inhuman. You need to reverse.
But the fact of the matter is America got into Iranian business once they wanted the Shah in position. Once they put the Shah in. And somehow the Shah got dethroned. Since 1979, America has been much more sanctions on Iran, its oil and whatever, until as of recent 2025, when Donald Trump, before he bombed Iran the first time, he put much more economical sanctions on Iran and the Iranian people that he made their livelihood even worse than it was. Their currency is much more worthless.
The currency has another roots. I can explain that to you. For example, during the war, when the explosions were intense, the value of the currency was stable because those people who were trying to discover the equivalency price were trying to hide in the bunkers. But when the war ended, the destabilizing of the currency continued like the trend before the war. So the mess of the currency is just because of publishing and introducing new cash flow to the market. And that is not based on the war between United States and Iran, because this is a trend that has been started for the last that has been like this for the last 47 years. This is not something new based on the new sanctions of President Trump. For example, Cohen organization of President Obama has implemented the hardest sanctions of the history of United States against another country. That was a democratic organization. That was not for the President Trump. So this is a hostile behavior from the Democrats against my country, I believe, as an Iranian point of view. Because the regime change of the Shah was during the Democratic presidential administration. The hardest sanctions were implemented by Democratic president and his administration. And now that our people got machine gunned, they were silenced. If you see the footage of CNN during 7th and 8th of January, they were completely speechless. Now that we are taking our measures and putting our support against what we received. I am supposed to support my family, but they are playing politics. They are building the war now like they were not the same people who were speechless 7th and 8th of January. I think this is a big paradox. When they have the upper hand, they are not Democrats. They try to dictate. When they have a lower hand, they want to play democratic. That is, I think, useful for embassies of United States all around the world. You can use those Democrats to play that kind of politics for your internal connections. But when it comes to this level of international decision-making processes, it is very exposed. This level of inhumanity cannot be tolerated by people like me who have interest and who has the main interest is on the street. I am fighting for my survival while they are trying to, for example, win a political war with President Trump. It is like a battlefield for them. But for me, it is a matter of survival. I explained enough, I think.
Okay, I appreciate what you mentioned, but facts matter in this conversation. As soon as these protests happened in Tehran and people were against the government, they were protesting against the government, one of the first actions that Donald Trump did in 2025, within the first couple of months of him being in office, he put much more heavily sanctions on Iran's wealth and economy. That's not a way that he wanted to help the people. This is a suffocation plan for people to suffer. The protesters.
I should disagree with you. I have my reasons. Because if you pursue the latest latest narrative of the Iranian media, mostly being handled by mullahs, internal medias. They are saying that the resources of the country is for the ideological purposes of the mullahs. You need to, for example, asphalt your street by yourself. Even your taxes are not going to be spent on yourself. You need to do everything by yourself, and the money of the petrol and other resources are going to be spent on the ideologies of the Islam and mullah. And this is something valid. I can give you the reference of the person.
Again.
The person is named Adiri Abiane. He was the former ambassador of Iran in Australia and some other countries. He is truly influential, and his opinions are being implemented directly by IRGC. He is some kind of shadow player in the politics, and there are a bunch of these kind of assholes in the political diaspora. And we need to expose them. This is our least right for survival.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm trying to highlight the facts that here in America that has been presented for us, and I want you to see where we are coming from. We hear of protests happening in Tehran. One of the first actions that the American president did is put much more economical sanctions on that country. On top of all of that sanctions, sanctions happening, we have seen the first attacks, the 12-day war in Iraq, which allegedly we were told at that time that the nuclear weapon had been destroyed at that time. On top of all of that, we heard that everything is okay, we're done, we're not going back there anymore. These people don't have years to rebuild their economic systems anymore.
Mohammed, forget about all the protests and stuff. Forget about the Iranian people even. Do you know when the first sanctions begun? The first sanctions begun when they kidnapped after the 79 revolution. They kidnapped the American diplomats from the American embassy in Tehran for 444 days. They kidnapped these people.
I agree.
These Americans.
Yes.
That's when the sanctions started, and there's multiple reasons for those sanctions. If you want, I can name them all, but it's like 7 different reasons for these sanctions. Do you know these reasons?
Yes, I understand, and I could understand where the U.S. politics at that time of why you needed to put much more sanctions in Iran. I can reason with that, and there is no point of me to debate that point, right? But now the debate has become much more dilute.
Forget about the Iranian people, because I know you don't care. Okay, just forget about it.
I do care about it.
Go to the
I don't want you to care about me, Mohammed. I don't want.
But because this is what tends to happen, right? And this is what we have seen constantly with Americans and how the politics has been used, right? America, since Donald Trump has been in office, he campaigned that we're going to be peacemakers, which is completely understandable. That is a point that I can respect. But then when we hear, before Iran, bombing of 7 countries. Now, what is the reason that we're bombing people that didn't do nothing to us? Or we're going to them and we're hearing that we're bombing people in Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen. We didn't know the reasons behind it, right? So what's happened is this all built up to where we are in Iran, and people are complaining to what's happening in Iran. Okay, you've told us that you're going to be there for the
You refer to something that is important for you at this point. I respect that. Attacking 7 other countries. But I need to emphasize and bring this point on in this stage. That 7 countries are important for you. But all the world has been suffering from them. Just to bring up that. But India lost a big project in Chabahar. United States is out of the country for 7 years. Even China is not happy with this kind of destabilizing the region. The people of Iran is another story. The people of the Middle East are being destabilized by the proxy members of Mullah. So you bring up the out of reason attacks of Mullah to just 7 countries. But I am telling you, the whole world is suffering. You need to pay attention to the whole world in this case. The president of the United States is entering the case. It is not just the 7 countries. For example, the European countries have been suffering from this kind of undiplomatic moves for last half a century. They are losing each and every that they made during the last kingdom by today, since the time of starting the leadership of the Mullah. They are, and we are, both sides are losing the diplomatic advantages that we could have earned during the last kingdom. This is the whole world, and they are international danger. They are international.
But again, with all due respect to your opinion, which I highly understand where it's coming from, we have been told that we're not going to get involved in the Middle East. We have been told we're not going to be funded in the process. That's what has been told. As an American, we have been told that our best interest is to fix our home economy and fix our health issues, whatever economy issues that we have now. Now, we have gotten ourselves involved with a war that this administration, from the beginning of it, they didn't understand the magnitude of the Hormuz Strait. For the first 3 weeks, we have been told as Americans that everything in Iran will be okay as soon as the leadership passes away or gets killed or whatever. But what we found out now, that this administration forgot about the Iranian people, the people who were suffering from the Iranian mullahs or whatever. Now our entire 100% have shifted to the oil. So basically, the people of Iran, by this administration, have been neglected. So basically, the American government. Sorry. So basically,
Who just burped? Who did that burp?
Yo, mama.
Who?
Yo, mama.
Oh, he got to go. It's damn. Who moved him?
Sure, Peter. Go.
Yeah, so they told us too that they wouldn't start a war. They came out and said there will be no war, and we will not negotiate with them. That's what Iran said to the people. And what happened?
I agree. I cannot speak for the Iranian government because I'm not Iranian, but the only thing I can fix on is my government shifting the conversation on the talking point to something every single day. At the beginning of this war, within the first 3 weeks, it was getting rid of the leadership, changing of regime or regime collapse, whatever they want to call it. Now when they got rid of that, and instead of saying, okay, go ahead, let's do something different, they find out that, hey, there's something called the Strait of Hormuz that is basically the hub of oil transportation, and the Iranians said, oh, we're closing that up. The American government, which is this administration, we did not know how important the Strait of Hormuz is. That is a homework that you do before you go to any kind of conflict in the Middle East, especially where we've seen the evidence of it in Afghanistan, we've seen it in Iraq, and now it's Iran. We are not doing our homework. We are relying on other intelligence, aka the Israeli intelligence, to tell the Americans how important or what are we doing here. I even use our personal intelligence to see what we're doing in that particular part.
Sure, that's true, Mohammed.
And that is a problem where we got them.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'll tell you why. Because they're relying on the intelligence of the Mossad because they are in the region, they are Middle Eastern, and they are in the region for a very long time. So they know things that America does not know. The intelligence they have is of critical use for America. It is of critical use for their safety, for their national security. So it's very valuable for America. They need that intelligence.
But again, the problem is
themselves in that matter and from the Middle East.
Okay, I agree. It's very important. But now, at the point where we're standing right now in May of 2026, the same regime is still the head of the country. That's one. We're negotiating with this alleged regime that we said it's awful people. Now we're negotiating with them. That tells me that we are not willing to even do anything to budge on. So basically, we're still at the same point where we was a couple of months ago in February when we decided to attack this country. We have not did any, we did not do anything.
Are we?
Which still, who's the American government negotiating with right now?
Because
the IRS.
Because they don't let us negotiate. Mullah has made barriers into the diplomatic efforts of the country. For example, I can give you reference. The reason for the terror of the former President Raisi was that he was reporting something that everybody, even himself, knew that this is bullshit because he had owners. He was foreign intelligence agent and he could have not avoided those bullshits and he could have not report somehow he wanted to. So there was no other solution for the country but to eliminate him. This is something that I think that you are ignoring that intentionally and trying to focus on some kind of details that you want to. I think that you have your own agenda. I don't see you as an American. Since you have the flag of Saudi Arabia your bio. You talk about on behalf of Saudi Arabians, not Americans. I also love United States, but I put myself in the position of Iran.
Well, with all due respect, I can't speak for Iranian people. Iranian people, they got their own mouthpiece. They can have their
No, I am
conversation.
from Iran on this stage. You don't talk about Iranians or Americans. You talk about yourself. Okay?
Again, that's exactly what I've been consistent. I have not been speaking about Iranian people. I've been speaking about my government and how they do not have a point of view of how this war is going.
You are
which is not.
You're speaking. You're claiming to be speaking for the American government.
I am an American.
You have the Saudi flag in your bio, so you're speaking from a Saudi viewpoint, right?
I do not care about Saudi Arabia. Just because of.
Are you putting Saudi Arabia first or America first?
I mean,
why do you emphasize on the 7 countries just that are being under attack when your country is on the full extent of war to open the strait for the whole world? But your focus is on that 7 countries. Is that America first or Saudi Arabia first?
I am an American first.
When your country gets bombed by the IRGC, you just want to let them bomb your country and you don't mind that innocent civilians die in your country?
Again, respectfully, I am not speaking for Saudi Arabia. I am not a Saudi citizen. I am an American citizen. And I am speaking for as an American, I'm talking about my government and how inconsistent my government been with their talking point. Which one is it as an American government? Are we there to save the Iranian people? Or are we there for their oil?
That's not the main reason, and the second one is also not the main reason. Everyone knows what the main reason is, except for you. It's the nuclear. It's the ballistic missile. It's the this. It's the that. Everyone knows this, and somehow you don't know.
Again, we have been doing it for years and years to come. Sure. So basically, this government said, and basically our American government lied to us. Of last summer,
how did
when
they lie? Even Hillary Clinton said it. Even Obama said it. Hillary Clinton even said, if Iran pursues their nuclear ambitions, we will bomb them.
And what is the point of having the 12-day war?
How did you not know? And Trump even said himself that he was going to bomb them if they pursue their nuclear ambitions.
Okay, he's not the Donald Trump established the 12-day war, where he stood on a pulpit and said, Iran will not have any more nuclear weapons because we got rid of it. Now we are in 2026, we are engaging in a conflict with Iran again because of an intelligence that says to them that, hey, there is a nuclear weapon there now that we need to get rid of. It's either one or two. It's either we did not get rid of it within the 12-day war, or now we are finding out that.
Excuse me, Mohammed, are you referring to the bombing in June of 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that bombing was targeted at 3 different sites. And what happened was, according to the administration, if you take them at their word, the ambitions of the Iranian regime continued. And as their ambitions continued, the IAEA, which is the international arm out of the United Nations that was searching Iran, they weren't given full fettered access. They were playing fast and loose with access. This is similar to what Saddam Hussein did in the run-up to the war in Iraq. Okay? So when you don't give access and your ambitions continue, and then the first thing you say to Witkoff when you sit down for diplomatic talks is, you will never achieve with us diplomatically what you will achieve with us militarily. That's exactly what they said to them. So they start. But I know I'm talking too much. I know I'm talking. Let me just land by saying this.
Sure.
The issue, what I wanted to point out to you is that, yes, they said at the time they bombed them to obliteration, but the ambitions continued, and they were enriching the uranium beyond commercial purposes. So we had to act according to the administration. How do you respond?
Okay. Donald Trump himself and the same administration, they said it will take years for them to continue with their mission. Now we're going back 6-7 months later, So go ahead and we do the same exact thing, but now we are just in a different talking point. You know.
Well, again, did you hear me when I said? I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to have a free-flowing discussion. I said there were 3 sites that were bombed in June of 2025, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And there were other sites throughout the country that were not bombed, where the ambitions continued, and they didn't take them 10 years to develop those. It would take them 10 years at the 3 sites that they bombed, but not 10 years at the sites that they didn't bomb with their continued ambitions.
Also, they can acquire from another.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Muhammad. Did you understand that?
No, just something towards you.
Yes.
And listen, so Muhammad understand they can also acquire from another country with money that they had. Instead of producing their own, they can acquire from North Korea, from Russia, just to get it going, and then they can put on a warhead or make a dirty bomb out of it. You can purchase one too.
So stop there. Muhammad, based on what I just said and what Rafi just said, how do you respond?
I can understand that point and I can concede to this point, right? But the fact of the matter is, when you're going out and you don't explain that to the general public, that's when a lot of the people they get to question the situation. But the reality is,
No. Wait a minute. I want Muhammad to have the opportunity to communicate without being interrupted.
I'm here to have a conversation.
Yeah, so. I don't want you to be interrupted, but let me just jump in and just say, I'm a layman, okay? I understand that. I didn't have to dig too deep to understand that.
Me too.
Okay? They did communicate that. But what you have to understand, Muhammad, is that there is a barrage of media outfits in this country and around who are going to interfere with that message all day, talking heads on television and radio. You have all of your mainstream news. They won't do it because they don't want this administration to get a win. There's a deep bias. And the gentleman from the New York Times, I can't remember his name, he went on the news and said, listen, I don't want Iran to win, but I also don't want Trump and Netanyahu to get a win out of this, man. They're evil.
But okay,
this is one of the people on the New York Times.
Okay, this is where to a point, I see where it's going to happen as well. But this is where the problem is, right? This is where, as a Democrat, former Democrat, this is where I had an issue with the previous administration was. They were talking from both sides of the mouth. And I stopped listening to politicians reading the news and all of that stuff because I did not want to hear what other people's opinions are. I started listening to what leadership say, and I just take my notes, right? The leadership of this administration, as for a period on, they said we're not going to do this, and they ended up doing this. They said Donald Trump, within the first 3 weeks of him going to Iran, he said he's there for the Iranian people. Great. And I'm going to do the X, Y, and Z for the Iranian people. Great. Okay. I am in line with you. But right now, in May 2026, we are shifted the narrative for being for the people to now having a whole blockade, and now we are negotiating with people who we know they are in good faith negotiators. They're not very good people to negotiate with. So for this administration, I don't care what Fox News say. I don't care what CNN say. That is not my point. My point is,
I'm sorry. Let me finish, please. Let Muhammad finish.
My question is for this administration. Are we still for the people of Iran? Because this conversation, this narrative has went away. Nobody's talking about it anymore for a while now. Or are we there for the oil? Because of how
I can answer your question.
You know?
Here's my answer to your question. There is never just one justification for this military action. This military action was always predicated on a number of justifications. But to me, the only motivation or the only justification that matters to me as an American citizen is the primary objective. And the primary objective was to remove a gathering nuclear threat. That was funding terrorism in the region. It was funding terrorism in the region. That was killing and hurting and maiming our servicemen that were in the region. And we were concerned that power in nuclear weapon, everything would get worse. So that's the primary objective. Now, there were other objectives. The ones that you just said are all secondary objectives. As long as the primary objective is sound, I could care less about the happy byproducts. Yes, a happy byproduct is that the Iranian people are going to benefit. Another happy byproduct is this. There are multiple byproducts in terms of a benefit to this military action. I'm not finishing I have to finish my point. What you're getting frustrated with is that they are. You hear him speaking multiple times in multiple contexts, and one time he'll reference the primary objective, which is the nuclear threat, but then other times he'll reference the secondary objectives, and then you're like, wait a minute, I thought you said that. But you don't understand that it's all of the above, and he's shifting for the audience. So it's not to say that he's lying about it, but before this audience, he might say regime change. For this audience, he'll say primary objective, nuclear threat. For this audience, it's that. But it's not that he's lying. It's all of the above. And to certain audiences, you emphasize whatever the objective is. My last point, and I'll shut up because I know I'm talking a lot. And I'll just shut up by saying this. There is a benefit to having strategic ambiguity and a level of unpredictability in your leader. They can't figure him out, and that's our superpower. They don't know what he's going to do, what he's going to say next. He swore at them on Easter Sunday. He said, open the effing, like they don't know what's coming. That's part of our power. So if you're waiting, if you're leaning on every word of the leadership, and you're going to, whatever they say is next, they're playing it stupid. It's called strategic ambiguity. They say one thing out here, but over here they're doing something else because they're razzling and dazzling until they get the final objective. I hope that makes sense, and I'll stop it.
Let me just say something really quick. While we're still on the topic, just to add on for a minute. I'll tell you the truth. America has its own interest. Israel has its own interest, and the Iranian people have their own interest. So the problem with Iran, why they say this war is like an octopus with many tentacles, right? Because the reach, it's one war that is being fought for many different fronts. And Israel's interest is to stay alive on that nuclear bomb for Iran not to get it to be used on Israel. And America's interest, it's more financially to pin back the oil back to the petrodollar. That's why it's many. And for the Iranian people, it's the interest of getting freed from the regime, right? So it's basically one war, and every country gets to piggyback off of each other, off of one war. So it's one war that is being fought for many different fronts. So again, realistically, as I said from the beginning, they're not there for the Iranian people. The Iranian people have the opportunity to piggyback off of this war. America's not there for Israel realistically. Israel has the opportunity to piggyback off of American interests. So they're all piggybacking off of each other. That's where I think man was trying to go for too.
I understand.
I would like to stop there. I would like to stop there and have you, Mohammed, respond to what was just said and understanding what we're saying, that there's primary objectives, secondary objectives, and like you said, there's different piggyback objectives from various fronts. So how do you respond to that? And does that explain your frustration with the leadership's messaging?
I understand what you were saying. I can see where the administration, the way they're speaking, right? But we are forgetting that Iran as a civilization, these people, they don't fear death. You can literally tell them, open the fucking street. You can tell them, do X, Y, and Z. But these people, the way we're talking to them, we're treating them like as a third world country. We're treating them like another African country, another Vietnam, just we're going to listen to you guys. These people are different.
Let me go next.
Our enemy, one second, also perspective. These people, the ones that we're currently trying to negotiate with, if death or ending of their civilization is their last thing that they're thinking about, they wish that death to them, that's the greatest thing that can happen to them, right? So the whole threat that I'm on social media threatening you or I'm bombing you, to them it's nothing, right? So what we are doing right now is we are going to merry-go-rounds with these people that we're asking if they're going to budge. these mullahs or whatever we're talking about, they're hard-headed. You're not gonna say to them, I'm gonna beat you to a pulp and everything's going to be okay. The primary intention that we have, the secondary intentions we have, it's now getting to the point that people in this country are getting affected in so many other levels, right? That's why this midterm, a lot of people are saying is, we're willing to go to the opposite side and try to get something done so we can get rid of this person. I have not accused this president for being a liar or anything like that. But what people are getting to the point which is tell us something which is consistent, whichever your primary intention is. Is it the straight? Go ahead and get something done. And talking to these people who you think they're going to negotiate with you. Now we have someone who's a mullah right now who lost a family members, most of his family members. Now we're negotiating with. Do you really think this person is willing to sit on a table and have a good faith conversation about anything about when it relates to the straight or all of that? No, these people.
Let me respond to your point.
Well said, Mohammed. Well said, Mohammed. This is coming from a U.S. Navy.
Excuse me. We're going to have Mohammed. Excuse me. Mohammed is going to finish his statement. I'd like to go very quickly. Then I want Rafi to go because Rafi and me and you are a good tag team. But I would like Mohammed to finish his point, and then I want to go very quickly because I don't have much to say. But I just want to say one thing, and then Rafi would like to go.
Sure, this is my last point that I'm gonna make, and then I'm gonna listen to everybody else respectfully. With all of the shifting that we did, we have lost 13 servicemen and women. The enemy will attack us, and that is the saddest part is that we're losing servicemen and women, right? In a situation we have not planned out very well to go into because we didn't know about all of these missiles, right? We didn't know how these people are keep attacking us in our bases and all these servicemen and women being wounded or being hurt in the battlefield where there's no any civil conversations going. So my conversation to everybody who says this is important for us at this point, 4 months into the situation, almost 4 months into the situation, have we benefited in this conflict that didn't hurt us already?
Your microphone is not very clear. You're breaking in and out. What was your question?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You want to know how you benefited between now and the war started, and that's all idiotically because you can't say how any war benefits in the middle of a fucking war.
Right.
So the war's done.
But I will say this. Right, really quickly. So to your original point about why would you sit down with these people who are death? They look at death as a reward, and so on and so forth. Listen, you know that, I know that, and you think they don't know that? Okay? If you listen to, what's his name, Marco Rubio, the great Marco Rubio, if you listen to him last week when he was going back and forth with the White House press, he fully acknowledged it. He acknowledges that we are dealing with people who are not, people you can just trust, take at their word. So that's why they're working to put into place agreements that not only have firm agreements around, whatever the priorities are, but then they're enforceable. They put them in. They put the agreements in a way that's enforceable.
Can they trust us?
I don't know what you're doing, brother. In the middle of the sentence, you can't just come up off the microphone like that. You hear me? All right. So the thing is, Mohammed, the thing is that they're devising these agreements in ways that whatever the priorities that they can come up, agreements that they can agree to, is enforceable. They're transparent. There are ways that they can enforce these things happening, and that's the magic of negotiation. I couldn't tell you the details, but Marco Rubio and others, he's a very high-level Trump administration official. He understands what you just said. Okay, so at this point, you got to leave it to the leadership to develop and devise agreements that take into account the fact that they are death. They don't care about death. Because there are ways to do it. So I would leave it to them and not worry so much about it. And Rafi, you'd like to add on?
Yeah, also, the people that aren't afraid to die, but you die for a cause. And when you're dying for a cause, like the leaders that they have in power today, what Trump is doing, again, it's not like typical warfare. Again, Trump is not a typical president, and this is not a typical war. This is very different. That's why, as you said, the way he speaks to confuse. And how we're winning till today is we are not losing servicemen, but we're winning the war by financially suffocating them. So what's going to happen? The people that are holding arms right now to protect their country, they're going to starve. They're starving now, and we're going to starve them out financially. So why would you protect the leader or protect the cause that can't even feed you when your family and everybody's starving? This is what brought a bunch of Iranians out to the street when their fucking I forgot the currency fell. And now they're doing it a lot harder. So it's going to bring out more people, and the servicemen that are protecting the cause, they're not going to see the principle to protect the cause when they're fucking starving. And that's a big win. In my opinion.
Rafi, I think you and I should take this show on the road. Are you available to do a stadium? We can do a stadium tour, right? We can start, do similar to what Charlie Kirk did. You and I would make an excellent tag team.
College campuses, here we come.
Because you're reconvincing me of my position that I didn't even know I was convinced of until I hear you underline and emphasize the very obvious, clear points that we're making. I wish we had better pushback. Muhammad, you have a better pushback.
The problem is people like Muhammad, educated and doesn't do any rational thinking for themselves. They only think what they're told to think. And that's the saddest part of nowadays. Like, Americans used to be smart. This new generation, with the education that they were given, they got dumbed down. Plus the teachers, they started pushing their own political narrative, and they're all falling for this shit. They were told, they were told what to think. And that is the saddest fucking part.
Well, that's what you call ideological warfare. So we already know about what warfare is. We see, military warfare happening in Iran. But what's been happening here in America for the last 60 or some odd years is an ideological warfare, where we're getting to a point in America where me and my neighbor can't even agree on what a male is or a female is. And when you get to that level, where you can't even agree on the basics, okay, that's when you can seep in all kinds of lies and pernicious things through the perception management systems in our country. We're talking about media, academia, so on and so forth. So this is the outgrowth of an ideological warfare as outlined by Yuri Bezmenov. Are you familiar with that name?
I always tell people to watch him. It's a very freaky interview, how true it is today to modern day when it was filmed. You can see, and it's a fucking freaky interview. First of all,
it's an hour and 15 minutes. Yuri Bezmenov was a defected KGB operative. He outlines exactly what's happening here in America today. And this was an interview that was filmed in the 80s. And this is all, a grand scheme. It started in our academia, and it's bled out into our society. And society's at each other's throats today. We can't even agree on gender. And it's ridiculous. Man versus woman, gay versus straight, black versus white. They want to split us up and dice us into so many different categories and have us fight each other. Meanwhile, their demonic ambitions are being advanced. So I would urge us as Americans to wake up, because we're being lied to.
I always said that there's World War III, and there will never be a war in North America, the continent. There's going to be a war in the Asian continent. There could be a war in the European continent, like in different continents, Africa, whatever. But there'll never be a war in America. But one thing that America can see is a civil war inside. Nobody's ever going to attack America. But a civil war, that's what they're aiming for.
Manfinity, can you read that?
I've been a U.S. native for 30 years, right? Can you be surprised?
Can you read that? Me, I swiped out.
Oh, yes. A reason why that is, by the way, is because we have geographic privilege. Okay, not white privilege, but geographic privilege. We have the two huge oceans on either side of us. Okay, there's a reason why God ordained this land, and I think that we're being attacked ideologically on so many different fronts. Can you believe we have a Supreme Court justice by the name of Ketanji Brown Jackson? When she was asked what is a woman, she snickered and smuggled through the question. How do you not answer just a basic question? Because she's beholden to she's ideologically captured.
Yeah.
She's ideologically.
Yeah. Now, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes. What is your question, sir?
Okay. So I don't know if I misunderstood you, but you said that the so-called great Mark Rubio said that the Iranians, they are not to be trusted. Is that right?
I didn't say that. I said the great Marco Rubio, not Mark Rubio. And I said that he recognizes the difficulty, and I'm going to just expand on this just to be very clear. He recognizes the difficulty in engaging and negotiating with a regime who is notoriously dishonest in how they negotiate. And the fact that they, as Mr. Mohammed said, they don't look at death as some big punishment. To them, that's a reward. So because they recognize those realities, they devise agreements that take into account ways to ensure and enforce the agreement.
Man, just reward the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Sam, I need you to calm it down for a second. I'd like Last to respond.
Okay. So they see death as a reward. There's plenty of Americans in the army that would gladly die for their country, but that really doesn't answer my question. You kind of insinuating that the Iranians are not to be trusted, but you're talking from a position as an American. The Americans are the ones that engaged in this conflict in the region, right? The Americans are the one that killed over 1 million Iraqis, lied about weapon of mass destruction. The Americans are the one that claim it has uranium and atomic bombs and so on. The Americans are the ones.
Can we take one issue at a time? Can you take one issue at a time? Because I'd like to pick you apart, one issue at a time. But when you can't take your issues, it's becoming difficult.
Yeah, but
so let me pick you apart first on the Iraq issue. What did you say in terms of Iraq? Can you repeat that?
The Americans claim that Iraq had weapon of mass destruction, and for that they engaged and killed over 1 million.
Okay, you said America claimed in concert with what other countries and what other bodies? Can you be honest and share that?
I'm talking about America.
No. I want you to be but I want to see. But when you frame it that way, wait. Let me finish. When you frame it that way, you're giving off the impression that America kind of came up with it out of the thin blue sky. I want you to be honest and also outline at least a few other countries and world bodies that also came to the conclusion that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction prior to the invasion in March of 2003. Will you be honest with the people who are listening to you right now and admit that there were other countries and other world... Excuse me, I wasn't finished. Will you be honest and admit that there were other countries and other investigative bodies that also came to that conclusion? Will you admit that? I don't know. I think he's on a phone call. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He seems to be on a phone call, but I'm not going to let that. He's trying to play slick with the truth. That's not fair.
Also,
So anyways,
it's a good thing, man. Do you know Iraq? Yes, it was a failed war, this, that, let's say, so on. But at the end of the day, if you look at the long run, Iraq just recently had fair elections.
And then on fire.
They did vote in a moderate number. So let's see what happens.
That's so incorrect, Rafi, right?
All right.
Because
That's incorrect.
the life of over 1 million still exist in Iraq due to that war.
Excuse me, Mr. Cage. Did you hear my question to you before you took the call that you had?
Yeah, you said that there were other countries that came to that conclusion, right?
Not only countries, but also world bodies like the United Nations. They all could conclude that weapons existed because Saddam Hussein was playing fast and loose with access to various facilities in his country. Okay, America gave him that we accused him of having in the Iran-Contra controversy. Okay, we knew he had the weapons because we gave it to him. We had the receipts. And in 1993, when he lost the Gulf War, he signed a peace treaty agreement with the Bush administration, Bush #1, and he said that he would disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And over the course of the next 10 years or so, there were 17 United Nations violations, weapons violations. To the point where President Bill Clinton, in December of 1998, bombed Iraq because of the weapons that were found that they shouldn't have had. Anthrax, sarin gas, so on and so forth. So for you to pretend as if we made up, no, we didn't make it up. If he disarmed without the supervision of the weapons inspectors, that's his fault. We had no reason to take him at his word. He brought that war on himself.
Men of fire.
I'm sorry, I can't hear multiple people at the same time. So my response was to Last Kings. Did you have a response to what I just said?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
So are you saying that Iraq, in fact, had weapon of mass destructions?
No, I'm saying with the benefit of hindsight, we didn't find them, so therefore we can conclude. But we have the benefit of hindsight. But I'm not going to judge.
I'm just asking. Go ahead, Mama.
I'm not going to judge the act of the administration who didn't have the benefit of hindsight. What they had was the reality of the situation in front of them, which is we gave him weapons, we have the receipts, he bombed us in 1998, we can't prove that he disarmed, even though he was supposed to disarm them with the weapons inspector's supervision. Why should we take...
The whole trust fund money is in U.S. You basically control the whole oil. 1 million people died. You know, maybe it wasn't that important if he had weapons or not. The most important is that you had a legitimate reason to unalive them, which is okay.
The legitimate reason...
But it won't happen in Iran. It won't happen in Iran.
Okay, the legitimate reason to remove Saddam Hussein was that they had weapons of mass destruction that they were not coming clean on.
You just said that they didn't have it.
No, wait a minute. He was supposed to, did he or did he not sign it? Excuse me, Last Kings, you can laugh all you want, but you have to agree that he signed an agreement, the Gulf War Treaty of 1990, I believe it was 1 or 3, I think it's 91. Signed the peace treaty agreement, and he said that he would disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. And you know why that was important? Because if he disarmed on his own, we had no way of proving it. And therefore, he'd always still be a threat. He didn't do it according to what he signed. Therefore, he brought all of those problems onto himself and to the million people that were killed. Because in a world after 9/11, we could not let a threat grow in the way that that threat grew. 9/11 was a known possible threat. We knew that planes were going to be hijacked. It was written on paper. We knew, the CIA knew that there was a threat pending where they were going to hijack planes and run them into the World Trade Towers. But guess what? They didn't take any action. So in the world after 9/11, George W. Bush has blood on his hands, 3,000 dead Americans because he didn't direct the CIA to take serious action against that threat. Now we see a gathering threat in Iraq. We gave him the weapons. He has a propensity to use them against his own people. Who's to say he won't fill up a Poland Spring bottle of anthrax and give it to the next person who wants to come through our open borders and blow up Houston or Chicago or Orlando, Florida? We weren't going to take that chance. So President Bush went to the United Nations in September of 2002 and begged them to compel Iraq to come clean. And from September of 2002 to March of 2003, it was games, games, games. So we threw the Moab down on them, the mother of all bombs. And the war in Iraq began. Not because we were making up the idea that he had weapons. It was because in the context of what occurred prior, okay, we had every right to think that they had them. Every right.
But okay, this is where the problem for me relies, right?
No, you just don't get it.
That administration at that time, we knew Saddam Hussein was a very bad person, allegedly bad person at that time.
I'm sorry, Mohammed, I have a hard time hearing what you're saying. Can you repeat what you're saying clearly?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. We knew Saddam Hussein was bad from early days, knowing how horrible of a human being allegedly he was, right? But somehow we gave him weapons when we had that whole when there was that Iraq and Iran. We gave him weapons. That administration at that time knew Saddam Hussein was using chemical weapons at that time. And then in the 90s, when the whole invasion of Kuwait happened, that's when they said, okay, we're going to cut off weapons from you guys. And still, part of that administration at that time were helping Iraq financially to be able to get weapons. Right?
Make a long story short, what's your conclusion?
My conclusion is, at that time, it's either we're working with people who we claim that they're bad people and terrorists until we lose their interest with us, or we have to come up clean and say, hey, as an American, we just do what's best for us. And we're willing
No, as an American, we just do what's best for us, because when my enemy and I have a common enemy in Iran who's a greater threat at the time, I might have to work with my enemy to defeat the greater enemy at the time. Okay? So it's not that, we knew that Saddam Hussein was excuse me, who has a baby? I can hear a baby. So it's not that but in the world of geopolitics, Mohammed, there's what you call strange bedfellows. Sometimes you have to get in bed with people that you would never get in bed with in a perfect world. But because we live in a fallen world, where sometimes in order to get to a certain outcome, you have to work with people you don't really want to work with. That's just the reality of the world. Now, if I give you a gun today so that we can kill a common enemy, and then 10 years later, that gun that I gave you is now, you might want to use that gun against me, I have every right to take military action and take that gun away from you. Just because I gave it, you were working on a common enemy doesn't mean, oh, well, you can shoot me in the head. I may have the gun, so shoot me. Hell no. That ain't how it works. When I give you a gun, if I give you a gun today, and now you want to use that same gun against me later, I'm coming for you. I'm going to do everything I can to take that gun from you legally. And if diplomacy doesn't work, I'm taking the next step. That's what happened with Saddam Hussein. He could have been alive today had he just disarmed with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. He chose to do it a different way, so we had no reason to take him at his word, and he brought on the hell that he experienced.
But we should have known that when we're people elect a bad person, that they're going to act like a bad person eventually. They're not going to just...
Sorry, there was what I said. What I said was received well by someone in the audience, so I couldn't hear what you said over the loud applause. Would you mind repeating what you said, Mom?
That is the consequence of working with bad people. Bad people will always do bad things. Why are we acting surprised when...
So who's acting surprised? I don't think anyone's acting surprised. It's just that if we gave him a weapon in 1989 when we wanted to defeat Iran, and here we are in 2023 those weapons might be used against us now. We're not acting surprised, but the man has not complied with the agreement that he signed. The only reason we didn't kill Saddam Hussein in 1991 is because he signed a peace treaty agreement, which, and I'm going to keep saying this because this is very important, he was supposed to disarm with the supervision of the weapons inspectors. If he disarmed on his own, he brought the hell on him that he got. Because in 1998, he had weapons that he shouldn't have had. Bill Clinton, the Democrat, bombed the hell out of him in December of 98. So here we are in 2002, 4 years later. We don't know where those weapons are. The ones that we just saw you had 3 years ago. Now I don't know where they're at.
No, fine. You know,
Okay,
the whole region is very, very sensitive.
I'm sorry, I can't hear two people at the same time.
Let me just say this. I'm going to leave, Mohammed. This is a very sensitive area, you know. Just the slightest thing can make the whole area bomb, right? So putting Saddam Hussein out of power, is very, very, very bad. You know, this is not according to me. This is according to Donald Trump as well, right? ISIS didn't exist during his time. A lot of these militias did not exist during his time, right? So even Donald Trump says, having Saddam in power, it was good for the region, you know? And America was pushing for a regime change. And that was the whole topic from that get-go. That's all I have.
Even right now, as we speak, still America has a lot of influence in Iraqi politics. That's years after Saddam Hussein left. They still have a lot of influence on that country. That country cannot move without an inch without asking the U.S. get involved in their own politics and so on and so forth. Again, we're putting our nose where we shouldn't put, right? So at this point, we were in a conflict where we were responsible for a lot of atrocities there. Why can't we just leave that place as is and leave the people deal with whatever they want to do? We created ISIS in that country, and now part of the reason why U.S. troop is in that country is so we can protect them from ISIS, which America created for them, so they could still stay in that loophole of conflict left, right, and center. That tells us that we're not willing to go away from that situation. We're willing to stay there, and we know the whole toxic relationship between Iraq and Iran.
So is there a question or a comment you'd like me to respond to?
No. I'm just saying, it's just the fact that U.S. politics that's still involved in Iraq right now, it still will harm us. And now you also know the Kurdish, that the weapons that we send them so they can go ahead and get involved in Iran, basically that weapon went back to Iraq, and if that weapon has been went to the bad people in Iraq, we do not know how we're going to go out of that. I'm not 100% isolation.
But don't you understand that Iraq is better off today than it was? For instance, according to Rafi, there was a recent election that is a voter.
America was involved in the election 100%.
Okay. So is there a according to I did some research earlier, and it says here. Oh man, I lost it. No, I didn't.
It's more moderate that they finally elected for the first time. So there was a shift. It took time, but there was a shift. So there was a ripple effect to the war.
And Manfini, don't you realize how many hundreds of thousands of Christians were killed that time, and now it's Muslim, like majority of Iraq? Like, I don't know if that's a win, is it?
Why isn't nobody then talking about Boko Haram, what they're doing to the Christian population? Because when Muslims are killing, it's fine. They're killing Christians in millions, right?
Yeah.
According to what I'm reading here, I just want to state something. For the poverty rates have decreased, with some reports citing a reduction from 20% in 2018 to 17.5% by 24-25. The improvements in the Human Development Index, that's according to UN News. So there's a bunch of ways that Iraq has, it says here, by 2026, Iraq has shown significant, quote-unquote, remarkable improvement in security and stability, with confidence in institutions like the national military rising to roughly 82% as of 2025. While early years were marked by chaos, Iraq by 2026 has experienced relatively stable governance under Prime Minister Mohammed Shial Sudani, increasingly orderly elections. And ultimately, while the Iraq of 2026 has achieved a level of stability not seen in the previous 2 decades, many analysts, Ahmed, mostly argue catastrophic cost of reaching this point prevents it from being deemed successful or simple victory, with some arguing the real winner was a regional rival of Iran. So again, this is only going to be controversial.
But this is where my issue is.
Hold on, Mohammed. Continue with your issue. Hold on with your issue. Wait up. Let's get honest, see if you're arguing in good faith too, right? And let's find out this. The thing that man has said so far that I kind of pitched in here and there, you agree with everything we're saying, and everything is the positive from the war, positive from whatever America military actions that happened. Again, it didn't happen overnight. It took some time, plus all these other topics. Do you agree that these are beneficial to the world that we have mentioned? Or you're still going to be trying to speak negative because you're still trying to find something negative. We're showing you the positive where you're seeing negative.
Okay, I'd like to say this is not a whole black and white situation.
No, I just want to know if you're arguing listen, okay. Man is wasting his time explaining this to you.
I guess the question is, Mohammed, are you willing to stipulate that there were some benefits that have sprung from the military action in Iraq? Or no matter
there wasn't a lot of benefits in that show.
I didn't ask you. I didn't see. You see how you just snuck in the word a lot? I didn't say a lot. I said, will you stipulate to indicate that there's some level of honest brokering on your part in this discussion? Will you be willing to stipulate that some positive, some benefit, not a lot, because a lot is very subjective. Will you be willing to stipulate to the benefits that I've been able to articulate through what I just read? Are you willing to stipulate them as being true, or do you dispute them at all?
Yes. Outweigh the negatives, especially in the long run, because now the country can rebuild. The country has a future. Because
do you stipulate that, Mohammed, or do you dispute that?
I agree with that. Some benefits that happen, right? But
again, you agree with some benefits. What you're saying is that the cost is so outweighs the benefits that the benefits aren't even really worth mentioning. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes, because the Iraqi people in these recent protests, one of their issue is to get the American politics out of their business so they can do it on their own. Our administration, the current and the past, said, no, you guys are not well suited to be on your own, right? So again, what is the point of us saying you guys should be on your own? Like if we said like they're a surviving country, they could do on their own. Why are we still sticking there? When the citizens of that country said, leave us alone, we could do it on our own.
No, it doesn't work that way, because when America wants their servicemen and women, because when America risks their servicemen and women for the ability to have fair elections, what they are, to see the positive that is happening on that soil right now, America doesn't want to lose more citizens. They're going to fully stabilize that region and leave. While it's 50-50, you're not going to leave it. Even though it's not 100% stable yet. Because they put so much effort, we lost so many people for it, we're not going to walk away from it so now some radical group is going to come in and fucking destabilize it while it's not 100% secure yet. When it's 100% secure, then come talk to me. Right now, the country is still not 100% secure.
Okay, this is not a professional Olympics, with all due respect, right? They lost a million of their own people. If these people, they said, hey, leave us alone, we could do it on our own. Thank you for what you guys have done to us. They are not even saying because our bad people have done. One second, brother.
Hold on.
I listen to what they're saying.
Hold on. The perfect example, recent example, and how it turned out for the better. After World War II, we were holding down Germany. to make sure that Nazi Germany doesn't return until they fully were able to control themselves. Even though they fully control, there's still American bases in Germany today. And there's a great, beautiful alliance. So it's better to be friends than enemies. It doesn't hurt to have Americans there. You don't get out of fucking line.
But again, the lives of Americans is still not safe in Iraq, right? We have politicians there. Still, Americans cannot go to Iraq. So what are we doing as a benefit?
Hold on. Is Iraq safer today than it was yesterday? Yes.
It's not safer for Americans how it used to be. No, right?
Yeah. It's not safer today than it was yesterday for Americans right now in Iraq, you want to tell me?
It's not safer for Americans.
I don't know who done what are you doing, but actually explain everything to me. How's it not?
How is it not safe for Americans? Do you think Americans can just go there and say, oh, we're going to go to a tourist to Iraq? Let's have a quick time and see how it's done.
Ever go to Iraq as tourists?
They never been. That's why they are saying we don't want American politics in Iraq. They recently protested, did it in 2025 and the latest protest, right? They are saying we don't want American influence in our politics. We are good. We appreciate what you guys have done. Now it's time for us to take this situation in our own. They see in their neighboring countries when American influence got involved, of what happened, the Arab Spring, of what happened to several countries and American influence getting involved. That is what they don't want to happen anymore. They just want to be on their own. They just want to be left alone like every other country. America got involved in Nigeria.
Exactly. Like Iran. Iran also needs to be left alone from those mullahs.
But that's what happened.
But Iran is a different country.
But you care about Iran. Just Iran.
Everywhere America leaves, it destabilizes again. As soon as you start to stabilize something, it destabilizes. So the people can kick and scream as much as they want, but America risks their fucking countrymen and women's lives to stabilize or try to stabilize those regions. They're not going to just leave because they already learned from their mistakes by leaving. It doesn't stabilize and the people aren't ready. Mentally fit, everything. It's not good. So America's going to act like a big brother now and say, listen, you think we shouldn't be here, but we should be here. Until we're ready.
That is not true. Again, with all due respect.
So that's why they left Afghanistan, right, Rafi?
Yeah, the reason why Iraq was in this position that they were in, which was horrible, was because of America. And then we want to say, oh, we're going to help you. No, they're like, get the fuck out of here. You guys didn't know.
Thank you very much. Then the same thing you can say about Iran, for example. It's due to that they have that those right now. It's due to America's fault.
Well, okay, we got into Afghanistan, and look what we did to Afghanistan. And now with all this shit housing that happens in Afghanistan, we have an evidence that these people, no matter what they do, they're not going to change.
Afghanistan is different from Iran.
They're not different. They're all within the same situation, within the same region.
This is also Iran.
Yeah.
Iran is
we all
Arabia is the United States. The United States is Israel.
Why would you leave for
Rafi? This is exactly what Rafi mentioned.
You're in the matrix, Andre. Is it me or is it him?
I'm sorry, I really can't make out what Andre was saying. It sounds like he was underwater. Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
No, I'm
interested amongst this.
Okay, so Andre was going to contribute, but I think there's something wrong with her phone. So, Mohammed, what are you willing to stipulate? Are you saying that the war in Iraq was the wrong, even though there was some benefit? Andre is
very quick. So just really quick. This is exactly what Rafi and Manfinity were saying. So we didn't do our due diligence in Afghanistan, in Iraq. We did do our due diligence in Japan, South Korea and Germany. Look how great those countries turned out. They're our allies. We turn our enemies into our allies. They are all on their own, doing their own thing. They're competing with us. Like we synthesize different technologies. We work together. It's wonderful. We didn't do the same thing in Afghanistan and Iraq. We should have. We haven't done that. We should do the same exact thing with Japan as we did in Japan.
But but here's the problem, as we talked about. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me on the timelines if I'm wrong. The Japan happened in the 40s. Is that right?
Yeah, late 40s.
Right. The Germany happened in the 40s, right?
Same time. Late 50s.
All right. So the problem is this: in a world since the 60s, because remember, I take everything back to Operation Paperclip, and maybe Rafi knows about that since he saw the Yuri Bezmenov. Okay, we allowed Nazi German scientists into our country at the behest of John F. Kennedy in the 1960, I believe, 1,200 of them, I believe. And these people are well trained at pitting one group against another group. Okay, black versus white, gay versus straight, man versus woman, on and on and on. Well, these people from Operation Paperclip, these Nazi German scientists who were defected from Germany, when they were invited into our country, the first place they were introduced to were academic institutions. So I'm talking about the University of Chicago, talking about your favorite, top tier universities throughout the country. And all of a sudden you see words like racism.
May I interject just really quickly? I think it's the paperclip, the Operation Paperclip. That's the one that Nixon was famous for. He was like, I think, Navy captain at the time. He was the one who transformed her. It's not the German Nazi scientist. It is the Frankfurt School that was running away from the German Nazis that got transported into the United States, became part of the national security apparatus because they were phenomenal analysts. They were, but they were also they were poisoned with Marxist ideology. The Frankfurt School people were Marxists.
So I want to be clear on what you're saying. So when I said that Operation Paperclip invited Nazi German scientists who were trained at pitting one group against another, you're saying that instead of them inviting Nazi German scientists, what they actually invited into our country were the Frankfurt School?
Yes.
No, Andre, hold on, Andre. They brought in Nazi scientists that were studying aerospace, like NASA.
That's Huntsville, Alabama. That's Huntsville, Alabama. That was their.
Yeah, it wasn't only professors. It was actual people that were part of the Nazi regime that they took in.
Missile, yeah, it was their missile program.
See, I'm learning right now. I didn't know that. All I knew was that they brought these people over, and some of them ended up in our universities. And before too long, you know what term was first used in the 1960s in this country? The term racism and ism. Prior to 1960, the term that was used to describe issues between the races was prejudice, discrimination. Racism is the word that came from academic circles, and I believe this is just my surmise what I'm summing up based on my read of what happened. They introduced these terminologies to describe and to diagnose some of the social ills we were having in the context of the Civil Rights movement. So they had a lot to point to and all of that. My point is this: is that your point. Oh man, I lost my point.
It's cool, man. I'm gonna reach out to you in the back channel. I'll explain to you the progression of things. It was actually the opposite. So the Nazis borrowed the Southern racism from the United States and partially built it into their system. The reason why the universities have been subverted and there's this whole taking over institutions, that comes from the Frankfurt School, and specifically there's parallel Marxist Grimsci who described the theory in detail. Russians got a hold of his diaries. He was imprisoned by the Italian fascists, but he was writing while he was in prison. They wanted to silence him altogether, but the Soviets smuggled his diaries into the Soviet Union and used it also as a backbone as their psychological warfare that they implemented from 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And to the
Okay, here's my larger point. Now I remember what I was going to say. After 1960, okay, or after all of that happened, that's when wars, military actions in America weren't something that everybody just kind of got behind. Okay, there was a resistance that just wasn't, smattering remarks and cocktail parties. There were real movements against military action taken by America that didn't exist in the 50s and the 60s. So my point, now that I remember my point, was the due diligence, as you frame it, that was done in the context of Japan and Germany and Korea almost became impossible in a world where filming cameras are watching everything that's being done. It's being transmitted back to the American people, and now the leadership is being influenced to wage a politically correct war, which is actually impossible. War in and of itself is politically incorrect, but they try to do things in ways that cater to this group or that group when it's ugly, and there's no two ways about it. So I would submit to you that the reason why we'll never be able to do the quote-unquote due diligence in the way that we were doing it in Japan, Germany, and Korea is because now we have an activist journalistic body. We have an activist, student body. We have and this is exactly what the Frankfurt School was trying to do. Pit one group against another, anti-war versus war. And now, how do you do the due diligence? Because you have all of this resistance, and it's an organized resistance. So I don't think you can do what you did in those contexts in today's context because of that. How do you respond? Hello? Maybe I was talking to myself.
No, we heard you.
Okay. Was it Andre? Andre, how do you respond to that if you heard me? Andre going once? Andre going twice? Okay, he's not available. Mohammed or Rafi, how do you respond to that? How are we going to, do the ugliness of war and all that war requires when we're trying to fight a PC war at the same time because there's so many cameras that didn't exist in the 40s and the 50s?
Well, again, we're having, for example, like the Iraq.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said at the beginning because someone talked over you.
I said, like today's war today in Iran, for example, if we call it a war or an operation, I want to phrase it, there is some sort of plan. I've been hearing there's a plan, and don't forget, this plan was put in by your non-conventional president, and we're having a non-conventional war. So the outcome of this, we don't know how this is going to play out. The wars that we're having between Russia and Ukraine were started from previous administrations that were on like all other wars. The war in Iraq was started by a previous administration, and whatever they're doing, the stronghold on it is just a continuation from the previous administration. If we're talking today about Iran's war, it's not a war realistically as you would have it in Iraq. It's not boots on the ground. It's more let's hit you financially. If we can starve you, you're going to lay down your guns. Same thing in Cuba. They're waiting for their country to starve to take over it. In Venezuela, everybody was crying. We can't go into Venezuela. We're going to have boots on the ground. We're going to have thousands of American soldiers dead. It's going to be a war for the next so long, X amount of time, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's speculating. Venezuela was the most beautiful fucking thing. An extraction, and boom. Everything they wanted was done within 6 hours of an extraction of Maduro. Cuba, they're just starving the people. It's different type of warfare right now because you have a different type of president in power.
Amen. Okay.
This is what
How do you think? And do you see the difference between George W. Bush when he was called blood for oil, all those things? He never forcefully stood against it. Like he took it. He was the dunce. He was the dummy president. Donald Trump takes it back to the media. He fights back. And that's such a worthy exercise because it keeps the people at bay. If Donald Trump acted like Bush and just let the media roll over him,
question.
The media is used to having. Hold on. The media is used to having everything laid out for them, so they can report. Donald Trump makes the media look stupid because the media reports today something. Donald Trump does something completely opposite against whatever they said because he trolled them, he fucked around them, he mind fucks them. And then there's people again like Muhammad says, why wasn't it explained to the people? It doesn't need to be explained to the people. You're supposed to have a fucking brain and see yourself how it's all playing out. I saw this from the beginning, how this is going to play out. I was predicting this shit. I said from the beginning, we're not going in there to free the Iranians. The Iranian people are going to have the opportunity to free themselves. They can piggyback off of this. I said, the war is not because of Israel. Israel just sees an opportunity in it, while America sees an opportunity for America. And people don't see that.
Marco Rubio said himself, without nobody asking him the question, there was an opportunity. People are taking alternative decisions not to go to work because the gas prices have been taken in their pockets, basically. Basically, the groceries have been much more. One second, let me finish, right?
But I economy. One point at a time so we can rebuttal it, right? You're making a bunch of points so you can get lost. So if you're going to the price, okay, but if you want to go to the price,
Respectfully. Can I just interject? I just want to do a temperature check. Excuse me. Temperature check. Muhammad, I appreciate you taking the heat from all of us in here. Okay, I appreciate you going back and forth. You're not as dishonest as others that I've engaged with on this app at all. So my question to you,
we've been explaining.
This is what the temperature check is about. I'd like to know, Mohammed, from the time that we started discussing with you today till now, okay, every time we've shared with you something, you've asked the question, we've answered you. You've asked the question, we've answered you. Has there been any broken ground? Have we broke any ground with you in terms of, because every time we said something to you, like, yeah, I already knew that, but this. Then we said that, and then you said, well, yeah, I already knew that, but this. You shifted each time. I really would like to know if what we're saying is sinking in any level, or is your position hardened, or is your position softened since discussing this?
It won't change. His position won't change.
I'm sorry, the only person that can answer that question is Muhammad. Muhammad, have you softened or hardened since discussing these topics?
There is a position in me that was softened, right? But for me, when we look into a war that currently we're engaging with, has been into a position where it's almost hitting everything else outside, right? You as an average citizen, you cannot say I don't care about this war and not realize that it's affecting your pockets, right?
Okay, we cannot say. Let's argue this one right now. Let's argue the pockets.
Can I finish my point?
No, but you said gas. Did you not say gas, Muhammad?
Can I finish my point, please? Like, I don't understand why am I getting interrupted.
Because you're making a bunch of points. You made a thing about fuel and people not going to work. Hold on, Muhammad. You made a point about fuel and people not going to work. Did you not just make a point before I interrupted you?
But again, every single time. Okay, again, every time.
My point.
Okay, hold on. There's a question if we should go point by point or allow Muhammad to lay out all of his points and then go through. Muhammad, I think it works better for you to lay point, then we can address that, and then but we have to quickly address it. And for him, we shouldn't go down a deep, dark rabbit hole. We should quickly address his issue. So your first issue was something about gas prices?
And people not able to go to work.
Yeah, what I want to ask
gas prices. So hold on, please, 1 second, Sam. Was that one of your points, Muhammad? Just now you made that. Because of this, people are paying high gas prices and they cannot go to work.
Did you say that?
Yes, I said that before.
Okay, so that is a point.
Yes.
And can I rebuttal that for a second?
Sure.
Make it quick.
If I'm not mistaken, even with this war, when Donald J. Trump became the president, the gas prices went down. Yes, the gas prices went up, but they're still cheaper than when there was no war under the Biden administration. And people somehow made it to work. Why are people now finding an excuse under this administration when gas prices are still lower under Biden's administration, but higher than when Trump came into office after lowering the prices? What makes that as an excuse? Or is that an excuse you were told again by the media that you say you don't listen to? So when you pick and choose words, Mohammed,
Great.
we can look at the prices before, we can look at the prices today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please do not interrupt what I speak. Okay? Economy was also as bad when Biden was in office, right? Groceries was expensive. Gasoline was expensive at that same rate. That's why a lot of people, when they heard Donald Trump say we're not going to engage in wars, we're going to get the economy stable, that's when a lot of people said we are liking that, so we're going to vote for that. But when the current administration negated that conversation point, and now the gasoline has went as rocket as it can be, and now people are losing employment based on that situation. Now the conversation is, are we going back to where we were when Biden was?
Let me quickly respond to that. First off, he's been asked about that, specifically about gas prices. He owned it. He did say that the high gas prices partially is due to this military conflict in Iran. But he said in exchange, the American people are getting a denuclearized Iran. Also, he said, in respect to prices, short-term pain, long-term gain. Got to use that as the guiding principle. And then the last thing, we just talked about job loss. For the month of May 2026, we've exceeded all expectations for job creation in the month of April. So it's a mixed bag, and I would urge you to not make a firm conclusion. Okay? If it's but give him an incomplete. Don't give him an F. Give him an incomplete. I'll give him an incomplete. At least give him till the midterms to see if he can right the ship. But it's unfair. I think it's unfair to take a snapshot of how things are today in the midst of things happening. Okay? Sometimes you take 10 steps back, you take 5 steps forward, and blah, blah. Give them at least until the midterms to kind of make a somewhat firm assessment. I think right now, incomplete is the best we can give him. Mohammed, will you agree with me we should give him an incomplete?
I accept that we should give him an incomplete. But the reality is now, let me finish.
I'm sorry, we have a moderator who would like to contribute. Her name is Ann Hero.
I just want to say one thing, and then you guys can keep going back and forth. I'm enjoying it. So Manfredi, I agree with you both actually, because but I think that's come to a point, Manfredi, that I think most people that voted for Trump were okay with us going and helping Israel and all of it, 100%. But now it's gone on too long. And when I say too long, I know that in comparison to other wars, like whatever, I'm not comparing it to another war. Like based on what Trump had initially said, and it just seems like he set himself up for failure when he first said, okay, we're going to be there for 2 weeks. He shouldn't have even put a number out there, not knowing what, you know what I mean? So like him saying that, and so it's like every time it's like day whatever, we're supposed to be out of there. He's like, okay, we're going to be in there for more time. And it's like, so it's just kind of like it feels like egg on her face a little bit. So he set himself up for failure. But it's regardless of the midterms, this can also, because of this could affect, this needs to be done soon, because this will affect our midterm elections. And we have these Democrats having control of the House, and all that's like what I'm worried about.
Right, but yeah, I take your point.
It's going to solve that problem, man. There's massive redistricting going on. The Supreme Court decision and the Virginia Supreme Court decision both show that I think there's going to be a massive gain in the House of Representatives. At least that's what they're trying for.
Right, and you have to understand, I take your point, but you have to understand it's an all of the above approach, as you, El Normo, alluded to. Yes, this is the biggest gamble of Trump's life. Okay, all of the business deals. This gamble going into Iran was always going to be controversial, was always going to be a gamble. Okay?
This is not a gamble. I disagree.
His political legacy relies on how this turns out, especially in the run-up to the midterms, because if things could happen. But like you said, the redistricting is a different, it's an asterisk. Who knows how it's all going to turn out?
I actually disagree.
When you say 2 weeks now, and then 3 days, and then 4 weeks, I understand that's hard to hear as someone who wants to just to hear something that you can hold on to as just a bystander. The problem is that I think a lot of people don't understand that there's value to strategic ambiguity. There's value to saying one thing and then something else. The fact that he swears on Easter, he's volatile, he's unpredictable. I think that's going to work. That's going to accrue. That's going to accrue to our benefit. Right. So to the simple-minded Americans out there who just kind of take things on its face and then go into business, they're never going to be satisfied. But to the people a little bit more sophisticated and understand that it's very complicated in the world of geopolitics, there's a lot of things you got to do and say that's tough. You got to. We live in a problem.
Can we just acknowledge that
I will end by saying I give Donald Trump and his administration grace as they maneuver through a very difficult situation.
Can we just acknowledge that there's a point of view where invading Iran is actually not risky at all. The reason is that it is literally a policy of the establishment that had always been criticizing him. John McCain in 2007 on the campaign trail in South Carolina was the one singing in their videos of this bomb, bomb, bomb Iran. Like this idea of you're only a real Republican if you bomb Iran. Trump just proved that he's a real Republican by going after Iran. This has been a long-standing dream of Republicans, and I actually think this is something he did that's risk averse, because he actually wants to earn all the Lindsey Graham type of credit.
Okay, I think it's one of the best things an American president ever did, frankly. I just hope he continues, and I imagine he will continue, because he likes to win. And I think he's going to make his performance, and even the performance of the economy, somewhat irrelevant by all of this redistricting. They're frantically making sure that the House losses are minimal, if at all.
Okay, so I see where all the points is being made, right? But the reality is that what's happening right now, which is affecting a lot of Americans, or what basically the threat is, we cannot just say, let's wait until midterms, right? From now until the midterms, what's happening in America? We've got the World Cup, right? And this is a big sporting event. God forbid a sleep cell comes up during the World Cup. And what is going to happen within this country? That's a large problem.
Excuse me. Wait a minute. Mohammed, something that I don't know. I mean, your name is Mohammed. What do you know that we don't know?
I do not know nothing, but we have seen.
You're on an open. Tell us the truth.
Relax. But the thing is, I am worried.
Where are you going to attack, Mohammed? Stop beating around the bush. Where are you going to attack? What are the names of your friends?
Lord have mercy.
Mohammed.
I'm just saying,
you said that was way too much certitude.
There is no certitude or anything, but the thing is, I am worried for this country, and we worry that in a situation like this, we have a lot of economy issues that are happening. We do not know.
Mohammed, you don't want this on your conscience.
Excuse me, anybody listen? Do you guys remember when Donald Trump, when he was going up against Hillary Clinton, and he said at the podium, Russia, if you're listening? Well, I'm going to say the Trump administration, if you're listening. Mohammed is in this room. His name is Mohammed Ma, and I would like for you to question him what else he knows. I think he knows more information than he's telling us.
When you attack the World Cup, Mohammed, it's time to come clean. You're going to feel better. Tell the truth.
Mohammed, come clean.
Come clean.
Are you related to that guy? Are you related to the guy who went into the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Who's that? I don't know.
Oh, but he's playing.
I'm not.
Now you're playing dumb. You don't know Cole?
related. Oh, the White House correspondent. I forgot his name, to be honest, but no, I'm not related to him. But the reality is, let's just be.
So what you're saying is you're concerned that something might happen in the run-up to the midterms.
I am not concerned. My concern is the way that this political world is going, especially in this country, right? The economy is moving. It's either we have to come to a decision where this administration say, hey, we are done, and from now until elections, midterm, we're going to focus into the local economy, right? We need to improve the local economy so everybody can say, hey, we stopped this, and now we're focused on the economy. And by that time that November comes, at least Donald Trump can say, I have done X, Y, and Z and tell the people. But if this situation continues to go all the way till election night, we do not know what's going to happen. Right? A lot of people will say, we're going to vote Democrat just because. And now the Democrat will go ahead and go for the whole impeachment situation. You're going to get the Democrat in the House again. Do we really want the Democrats to go back in control? Now you control the whole class of the government, right? You got everything under your hands. You don't want election night to happen and you see a landslide Democrats literally getting into the House. Do we really want that? No, we don't. So why are we now saying we should wait until midterm elections be okay? When the average American
I'm saying we should wait before we come to a strong conclusion about how things are turning out. Because right now it's just a snapshot. Okay, the jobs are doing well, but the gas prices are going up. We just exceeded all expectations for the month of April, but the gas prices are going high. But the way they counter that is short-term pain, long-term gain. If you look at that concept, because that principle is something that we all experience in our lives. Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Okay, respectfully, I am so sorry for interrupting you, right? The short pain, whatever that slogan goes, right? The problem is...
No, wait. Stay with me. Short-term pain.
No.
Say it. Long-term gain. Short-term pain, long-term gain. Say it with me. Say it with me. No, say it with me. Short-term
pain, long-term gain.
Okay.
Short-term pain. Okay, great. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the topic, right? We are not in position, right? Because
this is the topic we're talking about here, right? Did you not
respectfully?
What do you mean respectfully? I don't think you understand the topic.
Can I finish my point, please?
Well, please don't interrupt him. He's already being badgered enough as it is. Muhammad,
I'm sure he's being badgered enough.
He is being badgered enough, beyond enough. He's the only one in here putting up with us, and he's providing what you call resistance to the be an echo taker. Muhammad, you were saying.
Again, I'm just saying from now until election night, right? Mid-Americans who don't watch a lot of politics and they look into these gas prices, they have to make a decision, right? Some of them, they get to lose jobs based on that slogan, right? For some, they can say it's okay for me to pay basically a $10 pump. It's completely fine. I understand what this administration is doing. But for others who are not financially that privy to what other people are going through, they can easily say, why do I need to put up with this from now and deal with it for the next 4 years, right, until 2028? That's one of the reasons why I say...
2028? No, it's later this year. The short term...
No. But
the midterm is later this year.
I'm talking about the midterms, right?
The midterm is this year.
I understand that. If this situation goes from 9 terms, how many Americans will still say we're going to vote for Republicans because this war continues to happen? And
what you don't understand, you have someone like Trump in office who will make sure that prior to November, whatever 4th or whatever it is, there will be something tangible that he's going to be able to dangle over the voter and say, this is what I've been able to deliver for you. It's going to be real. It's going to be, I'm actually surprised that he's not going to do the tariff rebate because the Supreme Court ruined that. It was supposed to do the tariff rebate. But anyways, he's going to do something. This man is a showman. Okay, he's not just a regular politician. there is something that he's going to be able to deliver to the American people. That he's going to be able to say, look, this is what we've been able to accomplish. Go and vote the right way. You're not taking into account that this man, he's thinking about that right now, about how to frame whatever is going to be delivered. It's already in the works. Okay? I know there's externalities, things are going to happen beyond his control, but trust this man has, if it hasn't occurred to you, man, they've gone after him with everything they had, and he stood tall. He survived Russia, Ukraine, 4 different attacks. 4 different court cases. He survived it all. If that doesn't tell you this is an extraordinary political figure, nothing else is going to tell you that. And you're just going to be continually surprised at how he's able to maneuver around what other issues would sink the average politician. This man is a unique skill set that allows him to rise above whatever the adversity is. And he's been able to dictate that, show you that, from 2015, when he had to face 17 Republican opponents, defeated them as an outsider, then he defeats Hillary Clinton as an outsider, then he defeats, come on, what else do I have to tell you at this point? On January 7th, 2021, this man was persona non grata. No one wanted to be close to him. And he's now president. What else do I have to get through to you? That this man, he finds a way to win every time. Not sometimes, every.
Great. That's one of the reasons we said, hey, I'm here to see how he's going to win from that until midterms if he didn't improve the economy.
No one will be able to tell you what that is. The only person that knows that is him, a very close circle around him. That's it. So no one can tell you how or what. All I can tell you is buckle up, Buttercup. It's going to get good. The man knows how to deliver for the American people. That's it, and that's all. I need you to accept that. And it's the sooner you wake up to that fact, the better. All you have to do is look at what he's been through since 2015. This man could have been living large, with a glass of lemonade in the shade in some island nation. Instead, he's fighting for the American people in the White House, fighting against the media, fighting against the Democrats, almost losing his life on 3 occasions. When are you going to wake up to the fact that America is in good hands, steady hands?
Whatever he does in his life, I appreciate him. For others, I just want him to start thinking about the actual American people, the people who actually voted for him, the people still willing to see any improvement that happened with their economy, basically. So, from now until midterm, I am willing to concede to some of the good things that he did, and I'm also very questionable for the things that he didn't.
Yes, you have every right to question it. It's like, but you're never gonna. But it's time to just wake up to the fact that